There we go. Oh god, I can hear myself. Why am I hearing myself?
Yeah.
You monster!
I know. Terrible. You mean devil, right?
Yes.
I do have like a giant pie, like at the table in front of me, and I almost look like I'm reaching down to pet it, and I kind of love that so much.
It also kind of looks like you're doing like bunny ears or something above it.
Yeah, definitely playing a prank on him.
Okay, I think we're good now. I think it's good. Twitch is better. It doesn't like YouTube sucks because if I fuck up the opening, it'll create an entirely new stream. So the people who initially stopped into the first stream, it doesn't work for them. It's dumb. Hello, guys.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I missed my calling. I should have been Mrs. Doubtfire.
How dare you try to take that away from
You know. Next character.
I actually just bought tickets. No, I bought tickets to go see Mamma Mia.
Ooh.
I want to learn D&D. What's the best starter class? Wizard. Always wizard.
No. Don't listen to him. You want to choose a melee class, something that doesn't have spell slots.
Should have muted you guys. Sitting here, going against my wishes. Bullshit.
How is everyone?
Everyone is good. Thank you, Cubo. Sorry, guys. During the streams, during the D&D sessions, the price to use Mithra is going to be a little bit higher, just because we don't want like a ton of people like interrupting the flow. Yeah.
The only mildly disruptive.
Yeah, only mildly disruptive, not overtly disruptive. Covertly disruptive. There we go. Cool.
Goblin attack. Harblin, even.
Hi, Harblin. Harblin is a fan of Mythed Up and is also a VTuber. They have a Harley Quinn Goblin VTuber character, and it looks awesome.
Amazing.
Cool.
But yeah. So nose goes. Oh wait, our models can't touch our noses. All right, I'm gonna put a what's the word for it?
We'll just there's no recap to have here because it is the first session.
Session 0. Okay. Those of you who did not catch the initial 2 Session 0 streams, you're gonna have just figure out these characters as we go.
Okay.
Garrow is our DM. He is our lovely DM, and he will take it away. No pressure.
Should have written myself a little speech. Okay.
You fool! Well, we're waiting.
This first part's going to get a little bit monologue-y as we describe the setting and get all of you in the audience a little bit up to speed as to the place that our characters find, our intrepid heroes find themselves in. So somewhere on the material plane, there is a continent named Amethil. This continent is... Oh, and actually, in this version of the material plane, it is a place where the gods have been banished to the other side of the veil. However, there are still titans on this side, distinguished from gods in that they represent the land and balance itself. And our characters are in the unique situation of being in a world in which these titans have the titan of this continent has recently been reborn. About 30 years ago, a near world-ending event occurred in which the dead body of the titan had been close to being resurrected. In which, and this plot was foiled only by the intervention of a small group of heroes who traveled beneath the highest mountain peak in the land to interrupt and interfere with the cult of the Hollow Heart that had decided that they were going to resurrect this god and take control of it directly to increase their power and presence in the material plane. In the intervening 30 years, the world has become a much more stable place as the Titan has resumed its administrations of the land. Whereas the previous 4,000 years of history had been marked by these cataclysmic events, these tyrannicalisms, that would reshape the laws of physics and the rules of reality at basically a whim, with no warning. The most that anyone could ever hope for was a peaceful end to an uneventful day. Much of the continent of Amethil, it has been, for the last several thousand years, been exemplified and expressed through patterns of entropy and chaos. It can be represented as the surface of a pool so fraught with ripples and splashes that not even the most careful observers can see deeper than the basics of its appearance to the raw elements of its substance. The counterpoint to that is the city of Maelhaven. The Clockwork City stands in defiance of the chaos of the rest of the world. It has always been the safe harbor in the center of the storm. As you approach the city, you find yourselves on any traveler who approaches the city of Maelhaven would find themselves on a single lonely road that traverses northward across the rolling foothills of the mountain range that scrapes the sky to the west. The first thing that travelers on this road would see of this metropolis is the golden cap of the tower, shaped by arcane hands into the immense shape of a rock with a 250-foot wingspan curving down around the highest levels of the structure, facing away from the mountains and towards the water of the Mariorcan Sea. If the observer were blessed with farsightedness, they would notice the delicacy of the statue's innumerable aureate feathers, crafted with such care as to show the individual barbs on each feather, and a beak and talons cut sharp enough to pierce the hide of a fiend of the abyss. Shortly afterward, the sharp-eyed individual would also take note of the far subtler subject of this monument, the coiled serpentine form of a behir, matched in scale to its opponent, complete with a gaping maw and crackling bolts of lightning formed from a single piece of purest obsidian as it rears up in defense against the majestically swooping bird. As the traveler proceeds, the 225 floors of the gargantuan tower of white granite and bronze rise gradually from behind the landscape between the Tellurian peaks and the Mariorcan Sea, to a staggering 11,000 feet above the sea level below. This insane project was achieved by the joint magics of the full complement of the Telordial Grand Sages at the height of their power, that centuries before civilization itself had collapsed under its own weight. In the final miles of the approach, the wanderers on the road will notice the fractaline patterns of inlaid bronze and copper filigree embedded into the stone, forming constantly changing and evolving arcane formulae, dioramas, noteworthy historical events perpetrated by mortals, and some depictions that might even be portents of the future. Entire courses of study at both of the competing schools of the Gale-run College of Mages and Messestrom's Grand Arcaneum are dedicated to the recording and deciphering of these inlays. Cultists and mystics, devoting themselves to worship of the tower as though it were an animate and intelligent being, are a regular occurrence and are only chased away by the city guard, the Ascendant Aegis, if they show signs of becoming violent. The marvels only increase as one enters the tower. The first few stories of Maelhaven that have circulated around the continent were of the massive mechanical doors that opened in on the 4 square miles of enclosed city dedicated almost entirely to the trade and housing of the city's non-residents. Citizens from all over Amethil journeyed for weeks or months to see and acquire wonders from the artificers living in the high reaches of the tower. Conveyance around these layers is fast and free, entertaining and easy, as the thousands of purpose-built constructs carry foreigners from place to place in horseless carriages, teleportation circles, and zip-line swings that are strung across the ceiling of Maelhaven's first 2 floors.
Garo, sorry, I don't mean to take you out of your flow there. Is there going to be visual on here on the screen?
Yes, it went black for some reason.
It says there's no vision because of the token. There's no token on the screen, I guess.
Give me 1 second. Technical difficulties.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to take you out of your flow.
I also saw someone ask in the chat if the Titan is the BBG. The Titan is more of like the caretaker of the land now, that it's not, because Hollow Heart did not succeed in taking over the Titan, it just resumed its normal duties of sort of taking care of the land. So it's, for the most part, as far as the players know, harmless? Question mark?
I think neutral might be a better word.
Yes,
Har-
the
Yes,
Titans of the land are the epitome of true neutral. Even though the alignment grid is outdated, the Titans are very much representative of that balance between good and evil and law and chaos. They make sure that things stay stable, regardless of what stable means in a particular continent. Each continent in this version of the material plane has its own Titan. One that channels and directs and is almost kind of a reservoir of magic. Let's see. Let's refresh this page here.
It's working for me, yeah. I can see it now. Yeah, all right. Yeah, continue with your speech. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, and feel free. I'm not reading chat, so feel free to interrupt if something comes up and somebody would like clarification.
Will do. I'll type in I'll type in any answers that I know the answer to without interrupting you if I can. All right. Yeah, continue with your monologue, Syndrome.
Okay. All right. So, the marvels only increase as one enters the tower. The first few stories of Maelhaven. We talked about that part already. It turns out I did have a little speechy speech. Let's see. So despite having only one entrance and exit through the main gates of the city itself is not shrouded in darkness. It's lit day and night by permanent spells of daylight and continual flame that are monitored and maintained by an army of Magitech drones that fly through the air above the heads of the visitors. Each pentagonal floor of the tower is a settlement in miniature, with each layer only fractionally smaller than the story below. Amongst Haveners, it's become part of the standard greeting with strangers to disclose which level of the tower you originate from and where you currently live. For example, hi, I'm Reed Guilfoyle, born to 91 and now of 110. This is partly to distinguish locals from out-of-towners and partly to establish oneself in the informal caste system of the city. Although there are no legal prohibitions barring travel, and are in fact several statutes that protect the rights of people to visit and live on whichever floor they wish, more often than not, money and influence speak louder than the law. Almost without exception, those most powerful in terms of wealth, status, and magical talent tend to literally rise through the city's structure. Floors containing similar or different industries are generally not grouped together, or at least not by design. There tend to be clusters in which an individual can visit a farm for fresh produce, a solicitor for legal advice, an artificer for a balm, report crime to the local chapter of the Aegis, and submit a request for plumbing repair, and vertically travel no more than 2 or 3 stories. The main mode of travel between each of these floors are a set of magical elevators called the 3 and the 30. 3 lifts in the center of each floor rise directly from the very base to the top. and the 30 are scattered throughout the rest of the floor for convenience. The the maintenance of the tower itself is mainly accomplished by a set of constructs, largely known as the Ascendant Aegis, that are critical to the function of the tower, and high-ranking officials, including the Pinnacle, which is the name of the ultimate ruler of Maelhaven, and the Satraps, the 5 lords who govern different aspects of the city's day-to-day life. And anyone who directly reports to them who is given dispensation to control the Aegis. So, this city is for vibes, it is a capitalist utopia. Anyone who has an idea and can turn it into money thrives in the city of Maelhaven. Anyone who does not tends to get beaten down and used for the advancement of their betters, quote unquote. So, okay, all right. So, as we come to the introduction of each of our characters, I guess this is so we find ourselves from the point of view of a young woman. We zoom in to kind of midway up the tower to floor 95. So we zoom in and we come to the home of Lou and Dottie. I have a name for them. Lou and Dottie Dappledrop. Sorry.
Dappledrop.
Lou and Dottie Dappledrop.
Dappledrop.
So this is a reasonably well-to-do home. Very much the midpoint of the middle class. It is well established, well kept up. The exterior is nicely painted. And as our point of view enters the front door, we pass 2 extremely elderly gnomes seated around a large oak table. The man, Lou Dappledrop, is kind of keeping an indirect eye on a massive, bubbling pot on the stove, while his wife is knitting a bit of incredibly intricate lacework in which she can constantly squints through these Coke bottle eyeglasses in order to see the tiny stitches that she's working with. Our point of view progresses past Lou and Dottie and up through the floor to the second story of this building, to which we find ourselves greeted by a kind of discordant snoring. So Taz, why don't you go ahead and describe your room? What does it look like when we run into Taz here at the home of Lou and Dottie?
Oh, my room is an absolute mess. There is clothes everywhere and different papers, and they're like very disorganized, but it feels very lived in, so she's fine with it. Like, that's how she likes it.
Okay. So so this is kind of a late in the morning at this point. Taz is normally, for most folks, this would be considered almost rude to sleep in this late, but Taz seems to kind of get away with things like this. As she wakes probably close to like 11:30 in the morning, she what does she do first thing in the morning, as she rolls out of bed?
probably scratches her head, messes up her hair, and goes to the bathroom.
Okay. So as you go about your morning routine, nothing feels kind of interesting or out of place. You can hear the through the floorboards of your room the conversation of your hosts as they discuss something or other. From having lived with them for most of the last year, that their conversations tend to start off fairly cordial, but as any couple who's been married for more than a handful of years can attest, um, what starts off cordial does not always stay that way, and old arguments and scabs kind of get poked and prodded, and their voices gradually rise throughout the morning. Likely was the shrill voice of Lou, as he retreads the same ground that he and his wife have gone over 1,000 times before on this same argument. And it's the words, "that broken board on the porch," that just kind of really roll you up. So as you get up and go through your daily routine, what do you do? You've now gotten ready for the day.
After I go and get some, like, I'll reach around on the floor and start like smelling some clothes, make sure to find one that smells kind of fresh. Throw on some new clothes and hop out the door. I'm gonna grab some of the tools that are just by my front door, and I'm gonna head on down the porch. Um, and I'm gonna go in search of this floorboard that they had been yelling about.
Yeah, you know the one. You just up until this point, nobody's really like asked you about it or made a point, but you know that this is one of the ones right near the stairway that you've tripped on a handful of times, but just kind of got annoyed enough to do anything about. Um, so you come up to it, and I presume you intend to fix it.
Yeah.
So, the first thing that the first indication that anybody is aware of your goings on, of your doings, is when Dottie pokes her head out of the window and with a surprisingly like low and sonorous voice for a gnome. "Oh, Taz, it's so lovely to see you awake at this early hour. Would you like to come in for breakfast when you're finished with that?"
Ma'am, absolutely. You got any apples?
"Oh, no, dear. We made pie last night and finished off most of the fresh fruit."
Well, that sounds even better. I'll be in a minute.
"Excellent. We'll see you soon, dear." So, as you go about busying yourself with the minor chores of the morning, you not only do you fix the broken board, but you also kind of go about picking up the drop of milk and of fresh produce that's out towards the end of the lane. Kind of the same energy as like walking down the lane to go to the mailbox, kind of an attitude. Um, Pick up the deliveries, walk back into the building, and Lou has placed out a lunchtime spread. Um, there is a large loaf of bread, like of this hearty wheat brown bread, and a pot of stew that is rich and sumptuous. And as soon as you step through the door, the scent of spices and meat just sets your mouth watering. Um,
I am going to follow my nose to the delicious food.
yeah. Lou and Dottie go about. Or you have a pleasant conversation with the two of them. Something that you have noticed with your time with these two is that fights never seem to be as important when you're around. Like that these two bicker like any old couple, but for whatever reason, it seems like your presence just seems to mellow out the situation. It almost like oh, we don't want to fight in front of the children kind of an attitude. Um, so you have a pleasant lunch. You do end up getting some of the pie, and Lou is a phenomenal cook. Like, despite being basically blind and deaf in both blind in one eye and deaf in both ears, Lou is still incredibly talented. His nose and his tongue have not lost any touch. So after lunch, you head out, kind of just looking for things to do. You know, where does Taz head as she leaves the house for the afternoon?
She will thank them for her delicious food that she has acquired, and um, just I'll see you later. And she's gonna just head on towards the sunshine down the road.
Okay. So for kind of a vibe, hopefully handouts work this time. Um, okay. So the interior of the tower, at least on your floor, on 95, it's very kind of urban and er, cramped is kind of the word, but not, or rather not cramped. It feels cozy. There's like kind of wide walkways, but the height of the towers, or of the buildings within the tower, tend to loom over the passersby underneath them. Um, as you walk through the streets, you see and smell a myriad of interesting shops and boutiques, cafes on every corner, and as you're passing, actually, one of your favorite haunts, um, a tea house that makes such incredible lemon poppy scones, that you almost can't stop yourself from passing by, even when you have things to do. So with your full stomach, you stop in and think maybe, okay, I'll pick up something for later. Um, as you enter the tea house, there is a voice calls out your name, vaguely familiar. Um, but I mean, Taz, you know basically everybody, so it's hard to tell whether or not this is somebody who has any particular agenda with you. Taz, oh, Taz.
I will look towards the like call.
Okay. So, seated at one of the little two-person tables in the corner of the tea house, is this. Thin is the wrong word for this man. We're thinking more in the realm of like scarecrow-like, skeletal. Um, so rail thin that you think that like even just bumping him in the wrong direction will snap him in half. Um, Set up on the table in front of him is his little saucer with a teacup on it. And look as your eye kind of travels up from his midday meal here, midday tea, um, and past the top hat resting jauntily on the other chair to the half elven features of Kadira Panog. Um, so as he kind of does the little finger wiggle at you, like the kind of jaunty little "oh yoo-hoo, come on over here" type of attitude. Kadira gestures to the seat aside, across from him and pulls the top hat over and places it gently and neatly on his lap, before crossing one leg over the other, and looking at you with this Cheshire Cat smile on his face.
Did I already pick up some scones?
Yes, so you put in your order, but they have not called your name yet.
Okay. Um, I will. I'll head over there, I guess. Well, hello there. What can I do you for?
So Taz, I know I've not been overly present recently, but I did have a bit of a conundrum. As you know, I'm quite busy running my business. To which you've seen him with his shop down the lane here, maybe half a block or so away. He sells kind of knickknacks and just general bric-a-brac that seems to be exceedingly popular in this like not quite bohemian, not quite urban environment of Floor 95. Um, Oh, I've been incredibly busy with my shop lately. Would you mind doing me a favor this afternoon? I do have a few coins to spare.
But only if you take one of these delicious lemon scones. You will not be sorry. They are phenomenal and they'll go perfect with that tea.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm quite stuffed. I had
Oh
this.
no, I insist. And as soon as the bisque or the scones are ready, she will put one on his plate.
Um,
He won't be sorry, trust me. It's fantastic.
Thank you. I'm grateful. And he kind of like shifts the plate just away from him, like maybe a half an inch or so. Very subtle. Um, anyway, so I had a colleague up on 110 who had a package ready for me. I was wondering if you might be able to go and fetch it.
Well, sure, I've got nothing else to do today.
Excellent. So the package itself is over at a warehouse up on 110. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. There is the office is going to be the third door on the right as you enter this warehouse, and he gives you the address in kind of not quite gestures, but kind of begins trying to close down the conversation in a way that, to your sensibilities, is not rude. You would never call anybody rude. But once he's kind of given you your task and here, do be sure to leave this on the desk, and passes you a folded, sealed envelope. And bring me back the package. It's about yay big, and kind of boxes his hands into like a 6-inch by 6-inch like um, pattern, trying to say like, oh, this is what you're aiming to pick up. Um, and next to it should be a folded leather bound journal. Just bring those to me, leave the letter on the desk, and what do you say? Is this worth 25 gold to you?
My, yeah, absolutely. I'll go ahead and take care of it for you. What was your name again?
Oh, Kadira. We've
Oh.
met maybe half a dozen times.
Oh yes, sorry. My memory is kind of shit.
Understandable. Anyway, I will be back here at roughly 6 this evening. I think I should be done with the the rest of my chores and errands, and then we can make the exchange.
Absolutely. I guess I'll head out now then. Enjoy your lemon scone. And I'll wave to the barista. Thanks, Lucy. I'll see you in a little bit. And she's gonna like wave off and then trot out the door.
So generous.
Lemony snack it here has got bad vibes. I'm just saying. Sorry.
So,
Go ahead.
yes. Anybody who pushes away a lemon scone. Okay, so Taz, you didn't really have plans this afternoon anyway. So, do you dawdle in any way, or do you get right to Kadira's task?
I head that way, but I'm not like I'm just casually going by and on my way there, making small talk with random passerbyers that I meet along the way.
Yeah. So, in very like small town sensibilities, Taz, you have kind of a unique flavor in this area of town. Everybody else is like kind of more or less distracted by going about their business. They will talk to people that they know, but nobody really seems to like go out of their way to talk to people, except for you. everybody knows your name, not just because it's one syllable, but because you have gone out of your way to talk to everybody you've ever met here. I mean, that was how your parents raised you. You know that everybody should, everybody is just that you run across is just a friend you haven't met yet. So as you progress through 95 and head towards one of the 3 and 30, to the nearest elevator to bring you up the 15 floors, you pass by a kerfuffle, we will call it. So, get to my notes. Okay, so yeah, you pass by a small kerfuffle. There is near one of the towers, kind of a small group of children, young teens, kind of in that transition period between like real youth and adulthood, who have like are running down the street with these like long wooden sticks, taking swings at a small object hurtling through the air.
I will skip over into the area and say, "Ooh, like what is this game?"
One of the kid who you like stop looks up at you with kind of the biggest guilty eyes on his face as you hear a metallic clang clang, as one of the kids finally struck the object. The you look over and it's immediately apparent what these kids have done. Throughout the tower, there are thousands of these tiny little Magitech birds, these little metal, like brass constructs, that are the eyes and ears of the Aegis through the city. As the bird hits the ground, sparking and sputtering, the kids like start laughing and joking amongst themselves. You know, the kid who struck it down like a pinata is kind of getting clapped on the back. When barely a minute later, one of the knights of the Aegis comes around the corner and points at the kids with the sticks. Stop! So they're very very much like older gamers in the audience will understand the stop in the name of the law, as the knight of the Aegis with their cohort of rather so to explain a little bit, there are 5 members of this group of guards that come around the corner here. So each of these corps, like CORPS, consists of 5 members. There are 3 mortal members of each corps, called the Knights of the Aegis. And following them are the Peacekeepers, these like 8-foot tall, willowy, metallic looking humanoid creatures, made of the same brass and crystal aesthetic as the bird that was just struck down out of the air. In very short order, the kids with the sticks are rounded up and dragged by their ears back to each of their corresponding homes before being turned over to the custody of their parents. So, do you have... This is a relatively normal occurrence within the city of Maelhaven. Any attacks on the Aegis are met with swift reprisal, commensurate to the level of the crime. So, do you have any response to this fairly normal event, or would you have tried to stop or intervene in any way?
Well, I probably would have stopped, like tried to intervene if, like, before they would have taken the kids back to their homes.
Sure. Yeah, we can rewind a little bit.
Uh,
So as the Knights of the Aegis, the lead one of this particular corps appears to be a like charcoal skinned dark elf, wearing the like enameled white and gold plate mail of the Aegis. Um, as you step up to intervene, as he's like got his hand like clamped around the shoulder of the kid who struck down the bird. He turns and locks eyes on you. No interfering with the business of the Aegis.
No, of course not. But these little guys didn't mean anything. They're just playing around, and we apparently have to work on our aim, don't we, boys? It's all right. Like, you can let them off with a warning, right? They really didn't mean any harm.
Persuasion check. First roll, new campaign.
Website is
Or-
the website is DD Dice.
Yay.
yeah.
This is exciting.
Oh, not great. That will be for persuasion. A straight 7.
Straight 7. So 7's not bad enough to like get you locked up with these kids, but one of the other knights of this particular corps comes up and physically like intervenes in the space between you and the leader of the group. And mind your business. If you're not a member of or if you're not one of these vandals, then you have no business with us. Move along.
Oh, we're just all out here. Tell you what, how about I take care of these guys? I'll work on their aim. I promise. We'll try to aim not for the birds next time, right? She'll try to like rib the guys and be like, yeah, actually, I do have a few scones. Why don't you guys take these and I can take the kids off your hands for you?
You got a 7. Last warning, civilian. Move along.
Damn it. Oh, surely we can come to something. Come to an agreement. They really didn't mean any harm. You guys aren't gonna do it again, right?
Kids are looking at you with like combined fear and just like learned helplessness in their eyes, like that. Oh god, what are they gonna do with like? What are our moms gonna do? Kind of an attitude.
Just kids.
Nope. Vandalism comes with immediate reprisals. They will be turned over to their parents, and the parents will be advised as to how to best punish their children for their transgressions.
And what do you guys recommend for this? I agree. I agree. They absolutely have to learn their lesson. I'm with you on that. But what do you guys? What is your recommendation for punishments?
So clearly getting like you can see, so this second member of this like guard corps is this like a burly like half orc looking dude who you can see you can visibly see his like lower eyelid of his right eye be like twitching with like barely repressed rage. Each kid is going to get 5 lashes. Their parents will be encouraged to comply. Now, you were warned.
Gosh, that seems like really below your guys' pay grade, don't you think?
That's
Like you have to
around
deal
the
with all this stuff?
balls.
So at this point, as you continue to press this guard, he says, "All right, hands forward," as he pulls out a set of manacles. So, you're gonna spend an hour in the stocks for interfering with official Aegis business.
Awesome.
What did I'm just sitting here talking to you. What am I doing?
Interfering with official Aegis business.
Well, I'm not stopping you.
So he's going to grab your wrists and begin to start putting the manacles on.
Kick him in the balls.
I'll go. That's not a problem. You guys really should try these scones, though. They are fantastic, and they're one of my favorite cafes. Go ahead and try them.
Scones are in short order, confiscated. So the third humanoid member of the group takes those, and then
Do I see them try them?
make a perception check.
16.
16. So as you are being dragged away by the half-orc member of this group, you can see that the other two like human members of the humanoid members of the group like break apart one of the scones and like surreptitiously like taking a bite while dragging the kids back to each of their houses.
I'm going willingly, but I'll be like, see, aren't they good? Aren't like I'm trying to make conversation with the people
Oh
who
yeah,
are
you're
fighting them here.
being pulled in different directions. Like the leader of the group looks back at you and kind of like glares for a second, whereas the third member who has not said anything up to this point gives you kind of like a quick little like thumbs up before like folding up the package and like tucking it into a pocket.
As she is getting like pulled back, she'll be like, "Hey, tell them Taz sent you. They'll give you a good deal. I swear that they're so good."
Yeah. So
And then as I'm being pulled, I'll be like, "It's me, boys. I'm coming with you."
So you are dragged away to spend an hour in the stocks, which ultimately is not the biggest or worst thing that you've ever experienced. At least this high up in the tower, spending an hour in the stocks is more just like people turning their eyes away and making sure that they don't like make eye contact with the criminal. They don't want to even be like associated with anybody who's in trouble.
I'm going to absolutely try to make conversation with all these passerbyers, and
they had to bring a stool in to like prop you up so that way you weren't like dangling by the throat.
Yep. I'm gonna just everybody walking by. I like your haircut. It's a nice day today, isn't it?
So
Oh my god, I fucking love her so much.
Okay, so you spend an hour in the stockades. Okay, so to the table. Do we want to run everyone's vignettes in order, or do we want to kind of alternate so nobody's sitting like silent for so long? This is an above the table question.
I defer to whatever you think will sound the best.
I don't mind if we go in order.
Cutscenes are typically, I think, like I don't know, popular, I guess, to like do little bits of the person's day at a time. But I mean, it's up to
Chat,
you.
what do you guys think? Should we shift to another character for a little bit, or do we want to wrap up each everyone's little introduction arc in one go? Someone play the Jeopardy music. We'll wait for that.
DJ Mithra, you're up.
Bit by bit, says Rubik's Cuber.
Okay, so spread it out.
There's first one to say something, so...
Okay, sounds good. So, as Taz serves her time while she's on her way up to go fetch her errand, let's turn over to... let's go with Road.
Damn it! Alright, yeah, okay.
So, Road. As our camera pans away from Taz being extremely personable to everybody nearby, we actually scoot up the tower a little bit. You do not live here. However, Bem has gotten you a pretty friggin' well-paying job today. Like, this is surprising. You got an opportunity to work up on 110 today, hauling crates. Why they didn't just have constructs doing this, no idea. So you find yourself outside of this warehouse with a massive stylized G that is ubiquitous within the city. The Grims are as well known here as the Waltons are in Alabama. Like, this is a place with cash on hand. So you go through hauling boxes from one place to another, and after several hours of this, you go take a break a little bit away from the warehouse, and while leaning up against the fence, taking a hefty slug from your bottle. What the contents of the bottle are up to you. A reedy voice kind of calls out, "Hey, I know you. Long time no see, good buddy." As you look over, this like halfling. So this is a halfling only in the technical sense of the word. He is pushing like 3'6". He's friggin' tall for a halfling, and built like a snowman. He's got these thick, like friggin' thunder thighs, and hefty like. He's got that like strongman body where he's got like the fat round core kind of thing wrapped around just like pure muscle. Yeah, you recognize this kid. So he calls up, "Hey, I know that pink hair anyway. Ain't you that guy that beat the ever loving shit out of those Aegis knights? Like,
I mean,
you're a legend."
I think technically only one of them shit themselves.
what was your name again? Fuck. It was something like Bobble or like
Road.
This is gonna make me mad. He talks over you. This is gonna make me mad. Like I should know this. It's like an easy name, isn't it? Like Scott or
Road. My name's Road.
Oh, okay. I knew it was something like that. So, man, do you remember? And he's gonna like wave over to another member of the crew. Like, you came over here. You don't know any of these people. Like, this is a bit of a prissy area for you. And this guy definitely has like, while he's got like the strong boy build, like he's definitely got the like semi-soft hands of somebody who got their muscles from like a gym rather than from hard labor. So he like waves over and another member of the group and they're now like having a conversation at you more than with you, if that makes sense. So how do you respond to this interloper? He's now at this point describing the fight like blow by blow as though he were there, of this altercation that you had with the Aegis. God, who knows how long ago at this point. Like the days have begun to run together.
Yeah, as much as I love to hear stories of, third-hand stories repeated back to me, is there anything I can actually help you with? I've got work to do, man.
Oh, no, I mean, to each their own. But like, come on, like you've got to be. You're a legend around here, man. Like, and he starts. So it's at this point when he like once again now from the top as other people have like come over for their breaks. Your break is just about over at this point. Like you're expected back into work in the next few minutes. You can see kind of through the wrought iron fence surrounding the warehouse. Like there is a core of knights progressing along the road. And now floor 110 is kind of an industrial area. While it is wealthy, it's kind of like that like the outskirts of a major city kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like there's money here, but there's not a whole lot of like passersby.
Yeah.
So
little buddy here. I think you want to probably stop telling people of my of an individual's likely illegal exploits. There's the walls have ears here, and I mean, only an idiot would keep talking about this kind of shit when guards are walking up.
I don't know what do you mean? Oh, Oh shit, guys! I think Road's gonna fight more guard. Guys,
Guys,
come
no,
here,
Road,
come here.
No,
He's gonna get into another
no,
fight.
I'm not. Can I like scruff him like a cat? Like,
Yeah, make a grapple check.
it's athletics, right?
Yeah, for you it would be athletics. Excuse me as I choke.
Sorry, hold on. I get a +6 to athletics. For motherfucker. It's a 9 total.
Okay, that's great because he got a 5. So neither of you look good in this altercation here. So as he's like calling people over and getting ready to like, he's gonna get into, he's gonna, and it's like that moment, like in Hercules when Hades like grabs Pain around the neck. And he kind of like throws his weight around in such a way that both of you end up sprawling. You've definitely got a good like headlock on him, but both of you kind of hit the ground. So everybody else around you, all of the other like day laborers, who have been hired for this delicate task, begin chanting, "Fight! Fight! 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 Fight!"
No.
Come progressively louder and louder.
Oh, no. Come on, man. Bez is gonna kill me. Can I just, like, can I do a quick, like, choke him out? Like, just make him go unconscious?
Yeah, I think technically for your fighting style, like, you get, like, just a free attack, while you're grappling somebody. So go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. Where the hell did my... Oh, my God. Roll to hit. Come on. Roll. 19.
19. Okay, go ahead and roll damage here real quick. Non-lethal, I assume.
Yes, not non-lethal. I'm less like punching him and more just like cutting off the blood flow to kind of like try and get him to lose consciousness. That's gonna be 7 points of damage.
7 points? Okay.
Yep.
So he's like, he starts off like tapping your forearm, like that kind of like tapping out kind of thing. But every time that you like let him up for air for a second, he starts like screaming again, and everybody else is like goading the two of you on. Your little altercation has clearly drawn the attention of the knights at this point, and you can hear the sound of their like hobnailed boots like running across the marble floors, getting ready to, they're like trying to find a way around the fence, as they come to start intervening. And then he tries to bite you. That's the only real like thing that he can do at this point. Like you feel like one of your fingers get like pulled up towards his mouth, and he only rolls a 9 or an 8 total, to bite your finger. So he's like struggling, like trying to like pull you up, trying to do some damage before he gets just like KO'd like a schmuck. But you can hear the sound of the guards getting closer. And this is a sound that you know all too fucking well at this point. But a shrill whistle.
Oh, God damn.
Yeah, a shrill whistle goes up, and then you don't see this, you don't hear this, but you know what's about to happen. As half a dozen peacekeepers rise up from the ground and begin flying towards this warehouse. Actually, do I have a handout for the peacekeepers? Does not look like it.
You monster. Um.
So yeah, you know what's about to happen while I go and find an image real fast. What do you do in this moment?
I'm gonna pick up the halfling guy. I'm gonna pick the. Is there anyone here who looks especially enthusiastic about the fight that's going on right now?
Oh yeah, dude, you're surrounded by like a half dozen people here, who are all just like goading this on.
I'm gonna pick up the halfling. Hopefully, he's at least a little woozy, and I'm just gonna huck him at like the biggest guy.
Okay. So, go ahead and make a strength check real fast. I want to see how impactful this like turns out to be.
Straight strength. 17.
17, rad. So yeah, you basically ball up this kid. Like he's clearly not got like a lot of wisdom to him, and you just like, as though the proverbial snowball just strikes this cluster of day laborers. They all kind of hit the ground. Like 4 people are now like rolling over like turtles on the ground, as you get up and begin to like make your escape. So looking up into the
Road's gonna stand up after throwing the guy. Is like, these two were fighting. This little guy's fighting that big guy. I don't know what's going on. He's gonna start backing up.
Okay, make a deception check.
I'm not good at that. I'm only good at punching things. Oh, that was the wrong roll. Sorry. I'm gonna be really pissed off because that was a good roll. D&D Beyond. Shit. 5.
Okay.
I rolled a 5.
So 5 total. Okay. So,
Bonuses to deception? What am I, a bard?
in the chaos here, you look up as you begin like just kind of shouting to the ether, as a half dozen of these peacekeepers like start rising up through the city here. And I say rising, they're hovering. They don't exactly move crazy fast while they're in the air. But you see them kind of like lift up from the ground, and then in a series of like superhero leaps where they kind of like push off from each surface to surface, start moving towards you. And as they cross over into the yard of this warehouse, from these hidden pores on the interior of the peacekeepers, a light blue mist begins to emanate from each of them.
All right. Real quick, before you go through and describe that, sorry, I have to point this out. Trolloloxin, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships to 20 members from the stream. Thank you for that. That is awesome. And I had to pause and shout that out. So thank you, Trolloloxin. I haven't seen you here before, but I really appreciate it. So sorry, and yeah, so you, sorry, back to the game.
I think it's like Trollolo.
Trollolo.
Yeah.
Trollolozan. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So continue.
Oh. Yeah, we pay attention to our chat here, or at least you do. I don't.
Yeah, I got it. I got 4 screens in front of me. At least one of them has the chat up.
So, as these peacekeepers like drift down into the yard, you can see this blue mist coming off of each of them. At this point, you have like backed up into the interior, or like the door frame of the big wide like double doors of the warehouse. Make a stealth check.
Yep. Not good at that either. When I say I'm not, there are a lot of +0s on my skill sheet. I just want you to know that. Stealth. I do stealth at disadvantage. Oh wait, would I be wearing my chainmail?
Not while working, I assume.
Yeah. Okay. So we're just gonna not do the disadvantage for that. So that is going to be 14.
Okay, that's not bad. So you kind of like roll around the door frame, but like that motion where you like stand up and kind of like rotate around a point. Like you rotate around to the inside, but as you do, like as the mist begins to touch all of this, like all of the members of this tussle that you've created, they begin to go like eerily still. Like what was a riot, or the beginnings of a riot here, or a 6-man riot, begins to settle down like I said, eerily quickly. And then the members of this group like pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and stand there waiting for the knights to come over and address the situation. So you duck through the building, and narrowly manage to avoid their attention. For now.
For now.
Where do you go after this?
So
You are Bem is not going to be happy.
So yeah, this is gonna be this is a shit deal. So I'm gonna find one of the little street urchin kids that I'm sure hover around the warehouse looking for stuff to do or stuff to snatch. And I'm gonna toss him a copper, a couple of copper to send a message to take a message to Bem and say, hey, something happened. I'm gonna have to call it for the day. I'll make it up to you later. And is just gonna try and get off the floor at this point.
Okay. So you start heading out. So the nearest of the 3 and 30 to your location is near Town Square. So you're gonna start heading off that direction. Man, is this a fucking bummer or what? Because you were gonna get paid. You were gonna get capital P paid today. You were gonna make a whole 5 gold pieces off of this job.
Freaking loudmouth little urchin. Little shit.
So, for a member of let's see, you were
Wait, and Taz is delivering a package for 25 gold, and he's doing manual labor for 5.
Yeah.
So
the world's not fair, is it?
Yeah, for perspective, like the closest like real life equivalents, like 1 copper is roughly equal to $1, as far as like your purchasing power goes. Give or take. There's some conversions that don't really work. So like 1 gold piece is more or less like $100. So yeah, getting 5 gold pieces for 1 day's work, that is capital P paid for road.
I'm like 80% sure Taz was being tricked into delivering drugs. Was the guy wearing like a bowler hat? Does he have a goatee?
He was wearing a top hat and like kind of a loose fit, like a loose fit kind of flowing. Actually, who's watched Seinfeld? It's the puffy shirt. Like that's his outfit. Like the real tight black pants and then like the poofy white shirt, and a top hat. That was what his outfit was.
Does his partner say bitch a lot?
What?
I said, does his partner say bitch a lot?
Don't understand that reference.
You've seen Breaking Bad.
I thought he reminded me of Jareth from The Labyrinth, which is an equally probably obscure reference.
Oh, we've seen The Labyrinth. We're nerds here.
Yeah.
Thank God.
So yeah, he was a little bit Bowie-esque. Was the Kadir, the guy that was talking to Taz.
Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm gonna have to do some extra work at the tail tonight. Fucking bullshit.
So, you start making your way across the floor, and then as the camera pans away from you, we actually we go up the tower, and find ourselves on floor 168. We zoom in to a like ivy-covered brownstone building. This place reeks of academia. It is all of your Yales and your Harvards and your Columbias rolled into one. The place is illuminated by these ribbons of multicolored magic light, seemingly sourceless, yet evenly casting the place in a even slightly yellow tinted light. Easier on the eyes than anything blue tinted. As the camera progresses inside one of these brownstones, indistinguishable from any others along this same street, we go into the ticky-tacky little box, and we find ourselves next to a stressed the fuck out purple tiefling. She is frenetically scratching notes into 5 different journals at once. We come upon Mithra. Mithra, you are just about to finish setting up your presentation for your application. You have been working on this thing in between your assignments at the School of Transmutation for months, and you've gotten real fed up with this so far. What actually are you working on? You have this project that you're doing that's going to get you the hell out of this place. What is that? Avery muted?
Possibly.
Avery, are you asleep? Wake up!
I'm not asleep.
To those of you who are the regulars, Avery is our cat. Is our resident cat.
All right, side. So, Mithra's working on a project. She's almost done with her application to one of the dozens of Magitech startups. And you at this point you are just about finished with your accreditation here. What is this project that you are working on?
So each of the journals is kind of covering like different sections of this endeavor, but the main focus is through the application of transmutation mixed with some of the other schools of magic. How it's essentially presenting the theory of how we could potentially crack temporal shifting.
Interesting. Okay. So you are taking this application. So you have a meeting later today with I didn't write this down ahead of time, so this is off the top of my head, but Tekench, which is such a cringy name. But it is one of the more solid startups for Magitech in the city. You know that you have a bit more research to do before you can really get the application of this down. But Tech Enchant, or Technology Enchant, is probably your best shot for getting the kind of research or the funding for the research that you are actually interested in doing. You just know that in between now and then you're going to have to do some bidding of the higher ups, some whatever CEO's whim is to try to enchant the next so and so construct to do the next widgety blah blah blah. However, you have the seed of an idea that you know is going to change the world. You know that harmonism is the way forward. You just have to get to a point where you can fund that. So, as you are getting ready to start collecting the rest of the data before you that you need to present to TechEng, where do you go to do this? You know you need the data from from several dozen at the least personal constructs, trying to understand the wheres and the whys and like the how people actually use their magical robotic companions. At this point in the day, it's early afternoon ish. Where are you headed?
If I'm trying to collect data from other people's personal constructs, I'd probably attempt the guild hall first, since there's I would be likely to find someone, or sorry, my guild hall.
Okay.
To try to find a test subject.
Okay. So yeah, heading out from your academy appointed apartment, which is, you know, so nice that they did this for you, but like it does get kind of expensive, and the loans that you have are running out fairly fast. You run across the short intervening distance over toward the guild hall. The Hall of Transmutation is chaotic, would be a kind term for it. While the exterior is very prim and proper and very Ivy League appropriate, the inside is a tableau of the things that transmutation can do. There are doors made of gold. There are stairs that end about 15 feet below above the floor below them. However, as you begin to approach, you find yourself lifted into the air to land on those stairs. The shapes and forms of different areas of this building, they it's sometimes difficult to remember where you're going when the hallways change shape. However, the place is absolutely packed with students and transmuters of all different skill levels, and almost to a man, an individual, have either some sort of familiar or guardian or construct with them. If you go and find if you stand in the center of this hall, you can at least see probably 20 or 25 of these little Gidgets and Gazmos are all around you.
Would there be anyone I would recognize, maybe not be close with, but at least be on friendly enough terms that I think they would maybe agree to
being
work with me? To be
Sure. So okay, so yeah, go ahead and make a perception check. See if there's anybody that you know here, or investigation, your preference, depending on whether you're glancing around or whether you are like searching for a specific individual.
I'll do perception, since I don't think I'm looking for a specific person. Oh, I can't see what this dice is. Okay. Never mind. 12?
Well, okay, so you glance around, and you see an Air Genasi friend of yours. So she's the name doesn't quite translate very well from Orin into common, but everybody just kind of calls her Ellie for short. So that's roughly what it sounds like when wind blows through this particular patch of trees that is actually representative of her name. So Ellie is currently in the process of like drifting from one floor to another, hopping across these like levitating stones that go across the lobby of the transmutation hall.
Okay. Can I take advantage of my wings and catch up with her? Just quick little
Yeah.
wing flap.
Yeah, true flight. Like they're like hopping across like this makeshift bridge has nothing nothing can't hold a candle to true flight. So you might like float up and or fly up and land on the floor, or like on the balcony directly ahead of her. And Ellie kind of like stops up short as she looks up. Oh, hello, Mithra. What a lovely day. Have you have you finished your presentation yet?
Later today. I have. Are you busy right now? At this moment?
I mean-
This exact moment?
Oh, not at this exact moment. I was going to go and collect some data points as to the regression of my true polymorph spell, but
It started regressing?
yes, I've noticed true polymorph doesn't quite. Let's say permanent does not mean permanent. It's just functionally permanent. But that's kind of beside the point. Oh, what is it you were hoping for?
Well, I don't want to take up too much of your extremely valuable time, but if you were going to be collecting some data of your own, would it be extremely inconvenient if you help me at the same time?
Oh,
to do something for my
I-
experiment?
So she kind of like. So Ellie, has like a really bad habit of like chewing on her nails, and she has asked everybody to like point it out to her when she does it, and she like begins to like tear off, and like you can see the ground down nubs of like her pinky nail as she like goes in and places it between her teeth. Depends on the kind of help that you're looking for. If you're really interested in something a little more in depth, then we can like schedule something. But if it's easy, like sure, I can probably do something passively if it's.
It very extremely passive. Honestly, you don't have to do anything. It just it has more to do with your construct.
Oh.
If you have time, if that's available.
Sure. Yeah, Brucey's been fine. Was like, did it need to be like a problem or
Kind
or
of.
did you?
So, in preparation for this presentation later, I have a decent data pool indicating that an object can safely be shunted about a few fractions of a second with little to non-noticeable damage to the object. Obviously, the point being is to extend this time, and I have been using my own construct for the moment to work on extending that time, but I ran into a little bit of a speed bump, so I was hoping I could use yours.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let me. Here, tell you what. So she kind of says, or she pulls aside another one of the students and says, could you just go make sure that my frog is pulled out of the icebox? I just needed to start thawing. I'll be up there in just a little bit. And so the student kind of like scuttles off and heads off towards one of the like laboratories. She then kind of like pulls off to the side and like gestures over to one of the stone benches. Did you need somewhere specific, or? And she like lifts up like the flowing kind of like voluminous like airy robes that she wears and pulls out this like by the feet this tiny mechanical bat. Yeah, at which point, like as soon as it's like revealed from the fold of her clothes, Brucey like flutters around her head before like perching back onto the palm of her hand, doing that like little bat crawling thing where it's using its wings as like forelimbs.
Brucey, you're looking very handsome today.
If a robot could preen, Brucey is preening right now. It loves the compliment.
Location. Um, where were you going? To work on your stuff?
Oh, to my lab. I just needed to have the ice boxes there. I was trying to minimize any sort of outside degradation to my project. So I had my frog on deep freeze. Well, I mean, it's currently a frog. It used to be a cow, but you know how it is. Polymorph and all of that.
Yes. Okay. To minimize the inconvenience to you, I just need a table, a corner of a table, a fraction of a corner of a table. In your
Sure.
lab.
Yeah, okay. And she's gonna like eye your backpack here, which is currently bulging with like books and papers, and like there's a pen that is borderline ready to fall out and hit the floor right now. A corner of a table, sure. Yeah, we've got some space for you. Come on, we can make this happen.
Thank you. I love you. You're my favorite.
I know. So the two of you like scuttle off to Ellie's lab, and sure enough, there are several like tables that are not currently in use. And she directs like around the room. You can see like these giant. Most of the walls are made of like chalkboard, other than like the bottom couple of feet and like the top, the bottom and top couple of feet before the ceiling and the floor. And then there's like students and researchers that are like bopping around. Like you can see some that are like dealing with all sorts of different projects. There's one like Azamar. I was like, which one's the angel? An Azamar individual over in the corner, who's working on distilling some sort of potion from one piece of glassware to another. There's a minotaur like in his giant like furry mitts, like delicately using teeny tiny little scalpels that were clearly not designed for a humanoid of his size, to like dissect this you're not sure if it's a behir or if it's a salamander, but it's definitely something semi-reptilian, over on his little tray in one corner here. But it is a beautiful tapestry of chaos in this room. Everybody seems to be working on something different and complementary at the same time. So Ellie goes about and like starts pulling out her frog and doing her thing, and she kind of like lifts Brucey off of her hand, off of her wrist, and like places him on the table in front of you. Just let me know if you need anything.
Yes, I will. I shouldn't. I hope. It shouldn't be long. Thank you.
Okay. What are you doing?
Okay, so I will pull out a myriad of papers and pens and quills and some little pouches of various spell components, and I will essentially lay out on the table a bunch of the papers and essentially kind of just tape them together so they're one big piece of paper. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I'm going to pull out a quill and actually two pens and one in each hand, and I'm going to start at once start drawing a spell circle.
Love it.
And then once I've drawn it out, then I'll start I pull out like multiple bags of like little vials and various little pouches, and I'll start arranging various substances around the spell circle in specific places. And I think this would probably take me 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes alone just to set it up. And then once I'm happy with how it looks, I would place Brucey kind of essentially in like a central drawn ring in the middle of this whole array. And then just kind of stare at him for a minute. like thinking about how this may go.
Okay. So Brucey sits there, and it's in this moment like this becomes fully apparent that this is not a real bat. Like, barring any sort of actual stimuli or input, the thing holds absolutely perfectly still, looking up at you with its little glass beads for eyes. So you're sitting there getting ready to start in on your project when
Yes.
oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, you go.
Was gonna say, so at the moment where you like have finished drawing your circle, Brucey is sitting there staring up at you. You hear a up in one corner, and the Minotaur has like flown back from his position where he was like dissecting whatever it was over there, and like impacts the wall and slides down. Something clearly has gone wrong in that side of the room.
Is he hurt? Like, is he smoking? Is he bleeding? Or is he just startled?
He appears, so if you take a second to like assess the situation, he appears to be like conscious and not too badly hurt, more stunned than injured. So, but yeah, the corner of the table that he was working on is a smoldering ruin.
Oh. Full. I'll pause for a minute from my first thing and like run over and offer a hand, even though it's probably at least double my height.
That
So
would be
it's-
conservative estimate, yeah.
Like, are you okay? Ooh. I cannot undo fire. And I'm looking at like where the table has presumably a hole in it of some sort. Damage of some sort.
His tray is a bunch of like aluminum shards. Excuse me, like scattered across the floor. The wax that was in the bottom of it for like pinning samples down is just like a congealed mess dripping off of the exploded corner of the table. And he is where his fur was kind of like this mottled like beigey gray. Like the whole front of him has turned this like charcoal dust color. And he's like pushing himself up off the floor. Oh, I don't know what I was expecting.
I'll as he's getting up, I'll snap my fingers and prestidigitate at least the ashes off of him.
Yep. No, but nobody blinks an eye. Like prestidigitation's a cantrip. It's if you didn't, somebody else would. But he does like look up at you appreciatively. So he looks over at the table and he's like, I don't know what I was expecting, but I am honestly kind of shocked that didn't work. Who? I thought that the Lazarin principle would have really accounted for the degradation of the body. So,
I mean, it can, but I would personally recommend to add like 3, 4, 5, and 6 less fail-safes to that.
see, I thought that the application of the obsidian would have countered any of the overflow magic from the artificial heart, but and so he goes into kind of the like nuances, and he begins explaining his project, at which he was like trying to replace the internal organs of this like reptile, this dead reptile that who knows where he got the body, with mechanical parts to kind of revivify or bring it back to life, through these non-divine means. You know, the same nut that wizards have been trying to crack for 1,000 years, and to which we only know of a handful of of students of a particular Goliath who have managed to make this thing happen. So he go ahead.
I would maybe recommend him some books from Grand Mage Sunshadow, just to tweak his formula a bit. I think you need more obsidian, I'm gonna be honest.
See, I thought that 2 whole grams of obsidian would be... Do you know how ridiculously expensive that this material is? And he's gonna... My grant isn't gonna cover anymore. So, just so on and so forth as this progresses through. You, through this interaction, the exploded lizard has kind of clicked a switch in your brain. Transmutation is not your specialty. Neither is necromancy. But elements of both of those seem to have, like, the aspect of changing a thing, moving things forward or back, and thinning and blurring the line between life and death. All of those are aspects of the particular style of wizardry that you're going for. And you start to feel like there's an element of almost that cartoonish depiction of, like, an idea clicking into place, like a light bulb screwing in and, like, lighting up, as you find yourself with just that, like, fraction of an epiphany. So you got something out of it, or rather Mithra got something out of this interaction that helped to solidify the ideas that she's going for in her project.
Feeling that, I'm going to, once it's clear that our Minotaur friend is, like, not severely injured or anything, she'll go back to her side of the table and stare very intently at spell circle that she had already made and be aggressively tapping her fingers against the table in, like, a very chaotic and non-existent rhythm before she pulls her pen out again and starts tweaking certain aspects of it. So, like, shoving aside, like, where there's, like, some, like, salt lines, she'll, like, brush the salt away and then redraw around it and then, like, move stuff around. And she'll do this for, like, 10 minutes before she sits back and cracks her neck because she's been crouching over this table with incredibly bad posture and her back hurts. And then she'll look at Brucey again, and hopefully he hasn't moved much.
Yep. He's been a good bat.
I'm like, okay. She'll glance over to where Ellie is working. Is Ellie deep in the weeds with her own stuff?
Yeah, so Ellie is currently, like, you can see her doing the, like, her style of magic is very Doctor Strange-esque, where she is kind of, like, doodling circles in the air, and you can see her kind of, like, examining almost through this, like, lens of a microscope, of this, like, 2 layered circles, as she is examining what should be, like, some kind of... the frog is fine. Like, its shape is a frog, but, like, why is it hairy? So, yeah, she's completely engrossed in what she's doing. Like, she is taking, like, furious notes, and is completely, like, unobservant. She didn't even seem to react to the exploding lizard on the far side of the room.
Okay. I will double check, triple check, quadruple check all my lines and my formulas before kind of like giving Brucey like a little, like a finger tap on the head, like a little pet on the head. Like, okay, before rubbing my fingers together and then activating. And well, first I'll pull a pocket watch out of my pocket and place it in actually no, I'll pull 3 pocket watches out of my pockets and place them at 3 specific points within the spell circle itself. And then I'll pull another one and like tweak it, like wind it, is that the word? I'll wind it to a specific point, and it's essentially acting as my timer for this part. Then I will like take a deep breath and then activate the magic circle.
So as you add the magic charge to it, it's difficult to tell at first because you can clearly see that the circle has like energized. It has accepted the amount of magic that you have placed into it. However, at first it doesn't look like Brucey has changed in any way. Until you see that the shadow that Brucey is casting from the light coming through the window is slightly disjointed from the rest of the shadows that are being cast. The shadow is probably about where it would have been 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
So,
And he doesn't explode, right?
He does not explode yet. So
Yet.
As Mithra has this little like flash of triumph, our camera like pans out again, and this time it zooms nearly to the very, very top of the tower.
Othala better get arrested or something. I don't want. We're dealing with. So Taz got arrested. I almost got arrested. Mithra got inspiration. Othala, I want you to lose a finger. I'm just saying.
Rude. That's so rude. I'm
hair off.
already just, my palms are the most sweaty right now. It's not even funny. I don't know why I'm so nervous about this. Go ahead.
So
Continue your
Othala.
story.
So Othala, you are.
I was gonna break a nail. Sorry.
There is a.
Right, that's what happened. That's the worst that'll happen.
There is a palpable tension in the air around you. So we zoom in, and the transition here, the lens wipe is a lot more abrupt. It's not so much like a fading in and fading out as it is a suddenly we are at a point of conflict because Othala, you are furiously writing a reply to your mother's note about the restrictions that she has placed on the invites that you are allowed to send. You are seated at your you're seated at your desk in the antechamber of your bedroom. This desk is 12 foot to a side and just littered with like various accoutrement, like pads of different makeups and littered with like discarded elements of clothing. The jacket that is like fallen off of the table and onto the floor. And this is not your normal state of being. You're not usually quite this messy. However, you have been working relentlessly to get this party up and off the ground, and everybody doesn't seem to get what you are doing.
Sorry. One more thing. Sorry, Hayden. Trollaluxin, thank you for 10 more memberships. Jesus, stop throwing money at me, please. I appreciate it, but we can't possibly be worth that much to you. All right, sorry. Aiden, wipe off your palms and introduce your character.
Yeah. So I'm
Take
writing
a
this
swig
letter.
of alcohol. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. I need a shot so bad. Othala like reaches over for a glass. She's got like a martini with an olive that looks like it's mostly gone. She just she dumps the rest of it back and then looks down at her letter, scans it a little bit, and is like, "I would really rather appreciate it if you could reconsider my request. Period. Right. How's this look? And then she'll like look over her letter and then just be like, "Ugh, garbage," and crumple it up, and then just throw it behind her. Jeeves, Jeeves, could you come here, please?
So, over your shoulder, there is the thud, thud, thud of heavy metallic feet walking across the stone floor of your antechamber. And describe for us what Jeeves looks like.
Jeeves is a big boy. Anyone who's kind of like seeing him walk down the street would be like, "Oh, that's a monster. He's very intimidating. Huge silver metallic body, but he's got sort of golden filigree sort of like inlaid across his torso, his and like the skull part of his body. He also has like all of these sort of like tiny seams that look like compartments of a sort. But he looks mostly humanoid. Very intimidating. And then you can see sort of like intentionally welded to his face is a mustache and a monocle. He looks like the most intimidating robot butler you have ever seen. And that is Jeeves.
Okay, so Jeeves does approach over your shoulder, and with no reaction, no sort of... It responded to your command and the tone of your voice, but it does not seem to have any sort of context as to why you are so frustrated. So, Jeeves is standing, awaiting commands here. It's a steampunk monopoly guy.
Can you
Do not
take
pass
this
go.
vessel?
Do not collect $200. Sorry, good.
I need a fresh pot of tea, please. And she like stops for a second, finally kind of takes herself out of the moment as she's like clearly needs like sort of to recompose herself and take a break because she's getting a little bit too wound up. She'll look around the space and clean this up, will you? Clean this up, take this, and I'll like hand him this delicate crystalline martini glass, which he like deftly picks up in his massive fingertips, but like you'd think that he would crush it, but it's very kind of impressive almost how delicately he takes it from me. And then I just kind of just wave to all the junk on the floor, all the trash, the coat kind of askew. I need a fresh pot, and I need you to clean this. And then I need to do this again, one more time.
Okay.
Just
So-
this time it'll be perfect.
Wordlessly, because Jeeves does not speak. Jeeves has never spoken. Wordlessly, Jeeves like opens up one of the tiny compartments on its chest, pulls out a fresh sheet of paper, places it in front of you, collects the glassware, and trots over to the side of the room, of its heavy footsteps going, and prepares 2 drinks for you. Prepares 1 hot herbal tea, and 1 fucking stiff-ass margarita.
Yes, I love margaritas. I mean,
So-
I love a good margarita, darling.
So, prepares 2 drinks and places both of them in front of you. The soothing herbal tea and the delicate yet robust flavors of the lime-flavored drink. And then proceeds to like go about the room almost in like a Baymax like fashion, and like bending over at the waist, picking things up and placing them back where they belong. So while you are writing your letter, Jeeves is going about doing all of this, and one of the we don't call them servants, but one of your mother's employees steps into the room. Oh, Mr. Othala, The
Yes. What can I do for you?
the invitations are back from the printers. And she places a like small box, like a like little uh, uh wooden box that with a delicate little ribbon on top of it, uh, onto the large desk, and then like you watch her kind of side eye Jeeves for a second, and look at like take in the rest of the room without like any sort of shift in expression or appearance.
Mhm. Yeah,
And then she
Othala's
goes,
like hair probably like looks pretty like like usually she's very well groomed, but you can tell she's a little above her stress level, and hopefully this maid person doesn't this employee does not pay her any attention. If she does, gosh, I really hope she doesn't gossip about it later.
Keep your cool,
so
Othala.
as you yeah, so the servant waits for a beat before she takes your silent, or rather the lack of instruction as permission, and she says, well, if that will be all. And she proceeds to like back out of the room, without like offering anything to you other than the bare minimum that she was sent to do. The invitations, as they lie on the table, you head over, and having expected these, you open them up, and they are pristine. They are perfect, and they are exactly what you ordered, except there are half as many of them as you wanted.
Oh.
And there is a note from the printer.
Mm-hmm.
We were informed you needed to cut your order.
Son
Oh, shit.
of a behemoth. Okay. All right. Okay, once more. This letter. No. I think it needs... Oh, dear. Jeeves! Jeeves, forget the mess. Collect my coat. We need to go in person. This will not do. Oh. No.
So
I really didn't want to have to do this.
Jeeves Jeeves like takes the pile that he had, places it gently on a chair, and then it comes over, picks up the box of invitations in both hands, and follows after you.
Great. Obviously I'm gonna clean myself up first. We can't go anywhere, not even outside of this room, unless I look spotless. So she kind of puts her coat on, makes sure to wipe any sort of dew from her forehead, reapplies her makeup, brushes out her hair, and sort of slicks it back again in its usual form, puts on her jewelry, takes a heavy sigh. Right, now we go. And leaves the study for where she knows her mother will be?
Okay. So you progress across the house. So, as an aside to the audience, space within the Tower of Maelhaven is at a premium. Most floors are about 30 to 40 feet from floor to ceiling. As you go progressively up the floors, you can see that what would have been like wooden shacks piled up on top of each other, very like dystopian, like there's an aesthetic that I'm going like like the outskirts of Night City in Cyberpunk, where there's just like ramshackle buildings made out of like trash and detritus, toward the outskirts here. As you move progressively up the tower, each like to have a yard is a luxury. So when I say that Othala walks for a quarter mile to get to the other side of the house, I want you to fully understand what I mean. So,
Also, for those of you who've seen it, maybe the trailer park city in Ready Player One, the movie.
Yes. Yes, that is what many of the lower floors feel like.
Just in case anyone's seen that.
So when I say Othala walks a quarter mile across the estate, I want you to understand just how moneyed the Grimms are. So you step into Othala the First's office and seated at the desk. Why don't you describe your mother real fast?
Oh, I was really hoping you would get to pick that.
Is she
okay.
hot?
Yes.
Of
Unequivocally.
course she's hot.
I kind of wanted.
She's a
I kinda wanted-
tiefling.
Come on.
MILFs
Yeah.
only here.
She's a
I wanted
tiefling. Of course she's hot. The literal-minded
She's
person.
not. She's not a tiefling,
Absolutely.
actually.
Never
She's not a
mind.
tiefling. Yeah. You
So-
know that she's definitely not a tiefling. And I really want Gara to just make her up for me so that I can kind of be respond to her appropriately. I don't know. I just thought it would be fun to leave it a little surprise for myself and let you kind of design her.
So Othala the First is a distinguished human woman. She is. I'm trying to think of like a celebrity analog, and the one that's coming to mind is like Julianne Moore. You know that like, or yeah, like Julianne Moore. We'll just stick with that one. She's got the like auburn hair that's pulled up into a tightly controlled bun on the back of her head. She has a tunic that plunges to an inappropriately low level, but nobody would ever call her out for it. She is seated at this table, which Othala the First does not need size or grandeur or costs or any overt displays of her wealth and power, because it is a simple like glass table on 4 glass legs. Nothing about it, or her room is distinctly lacking in color except for the blood red gown she wears. She's seated at the table with a parchment in one hand and a quill like just delicately held between 2 fingers. Her eyes lift and lock with yours without any of the rest of her moving. Oh. Welcome, daughter. As she places the quill back into the golden inkwell. Or rather, into the glass inkwell.
Good afternoon. I hope you are having a fine day so far. Pardon my intrusion. I'd like to discuss with you some of these new restrictions restrictions is a harsh word. These new sort of guidelines you've given me on the upcoming party. May we speak for a moment? Are you free?
Almost never. But for you, darling, I can make some time. So, go ahead. Take a seat. And as she like gestures, from out of nowhere, there was no chair on your side of the table before you walked into the room. But as she gestures, one like coalesces out of the air, and you sit on this like bitterly cold chair. This is not a place designed for comfort. This is a place where your mother is in her power here, and she wants you to know it. So, as you sit on the chair that she summons from the air, she says, "Did you have an issue? I assume that Nadine delivered the invitations."
Yes, I just received them. And I saw that they had been reduced by about half. I was wondering if you could give me a little bit more insight as to your decision, why that was deemed necessary. I will like kind of reach my hand out to the side, and Jeeves just kind of just pops open a little compartment and hands me sort of the stack of papers that I had been given by my mother, as I start leafing through them and sort of reading them out to her, and trying to get her opinion on why she did it, and so that I can sort of rebuttal why I think that I deserve
So
more.
yes, no. You provided the list of invitees to your shindig, and this I noticed that you had ordered another 300 invitations compared to what you actually individuals that you were inviting. What were you intending to do with these? I don't quite understand why you would have blank invitations to one of our parties.
Right. Let me. It's supposed to be a bit of a surprise, honestly, Mother. I was thinking of sort of starting a charity, actually. You know how the working class like to sort of receive generosity from us.
As you
I
say the word
was.
charity, no one else but you would have noticed this. You know, this is your
Yeah.
mother after all. But there
Yeah.
is a very slight lip curl,
Mhm,
like disgust as you say the word charity.
mhm. The satrap of coins and have ensured that if we are to remain as prominent as we are, we do have some requirements we must meet as far as charity goes, and sort of.
Oh please, Horestes knows better than to mess with us.
I understand. Think of it as a sort of a pet project, something I'd like to take on, just to see where it goes. You know, I think it would look very good, especially if we decide to start that project where, you know, we make grim crates available in every home on the floor, every floor, as you so geniusly put it at last week's meeting.
Interesting. So, explain to me, give me the cost benefit analysis of this. So, I expect that you are that you are anticipating some sort of return on this. I fail to see, we say lots of things for the shareholders, but you can't expect me to actually place grim crates in every home. Are you kidding?
No,
The
no.
devices themselves would be stolen within minutes.
That's why we should consider partnering with some of the other security businesses that are integral in the sort of alarm systems on the lower levels. I think that possibly, I don't know, reaching out a hand to these other companies could assist and be beneficial to our. I know you don't want to hear this, Jock, and you know this already. I just think that if we sort of invited people that were slightly below our wealth line. I feel like sorry, out of character. I'm squeaking way too much.
You would be nervous speaking with your mother. Like, yeah, this woman is both the source of any scrap of love you've ever gotten in your life, and she is the source of all of your fear. There is
Cool. Yep.
yeah. She is definitely the withholding parent.
Aiden, you're doing great. I want you to know that, but just since you said it.
Thank you. Thanks for whatever that was. I appreciate that sound. It was fantastic, and it definitely stressed me out less. I was not expecting to speak with my own BBEG literally within the first 5 minutes of me role playing this game, but it clearly needed to go there. So anyway, here we are.
It's called throwing the baby into the deep end and teaching it how to swim.
Oh boy, that's how Othala was raised.
Just
how great is this?
Imagine you're drowning and then someone hands you a baby.
Yeah.
Alright, enjoy.
So, So, as we zoom out from this moment just a little bit, you have been put in this position before. You know your mother, and you know that she is going to throw up every single roadblock that she can in front of you, not because she actually cares about the outcome of it, but because she wants to see how you're going to overcome it. Mm-hmm. There is a challenge in her dismissal here.
Yeah. I know that it's she wants me to convince her. It's always been a business pitch with her. Earning her respect and her love has always been at a cost. So this kind of reminding herself of this in this moment, she kind of relaxes her shoulders and then sits back, crosses her legs, and is... Look, here's the thing. I think, first off, the press would have a field day with this idea. Could you just imagine how many people would be talking about us after this party if we were to invite people who don't normally get invited to these sorts of parties, but aren't obviously like complete riffraff, you know what I mean? Some of the higher ups in the Grim Tech, the different positions there. We could invite all of the typicals. Obviously, there's already enough invitations for them, but I'm thinking it would be very interesting and very sort of avant-garde, as it were, if we could invite sort of the working class individuals to kind of get a taste into our life, make them want what we have. It will push them to work harder. We could even offer it as some sort of reward system, like a lottery, or even whoever gets the most sort of work done for their department, they're the ones that get invited. You know, the corporate sort of structure just loves rewarding our workers with little things like that. And I think this would be one of those little things that we could do that might make a splash and sort of make it a trend even. How does that sound?
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh god, okay.
You've hit the buzzwords. You go ahead and throw that check.
You're using good corporate speak, you know?
We
could give them a pizza party.
My 2 years, 2.5, 3, actually I think it was all 3 years in the corporate world, really kind of gave me some insight. Oh, that's a D12. Hold on. Don't want that D12. I'm gonna pick that up. No, I don't want to roll it again. How does this work? Pick it up.
Click the little brush in the top right hand corner and
I'm gonna roll the fireball. Natural 20.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
What's up? What's up? Come for me.
First nat 20 of the season.
Let's fucking go.
You gotta play the fireball sound now, please. Fireball me.
So, Othala the First, as you're giving your pitch, her expression goes from.
It's a 25 total, by the way.
Yeah, I'm aware. So her expression goes from she's barely paying attention to you at this point. She said she would make time, but it never really feels like she's making time. It feels like you're taking up her time. As you go through and start explaining this, like this increased productivity, she has now leaned back in her chair a little bit and is making full eye contact with you. She never makes full eye contact with you. You are almost always beneath notice.
I keep my face as straight as possible, and I do not look away.
So she says, okay, you get one. Set up your party. Keep track of the dividends. And if this works out for us, then we can see about adjusting company policy in the future. So, go on. Nadine. And she calls out over your shoulder. Nadine appears almost as though it was like a puff of smoke. Your mother's like attaché is a frightening woman.
Don't like her.
And she holds out the second wooden box of invitations and places it on the glass table in front of you.
She fucking had them she picked them up.
Fucking power move. Your mom's a bitch.
But the best kind of bitch.
Oh my god.
As she places those, go on, deliver your invitations, decide who's coming. Just have a full list of names for me before the end of the day tomorrow. So, and then she doesn't even say, like, dismissed or anything, and she just takes the quill back out of the inkwell, and begins, and resumes writing on the page in front of her. So, as we have gone through those elements of the introduction, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break here. And everybody, like, you know, do what you need to do, get new drinks, go to the restroom, that kind of thing, and we will be back in about 5 minutes.
Hydrate, everyone.
Yay!
Actually, that is true. I need water.
I need it.
All right, everyone who's in the stream chat right now, how you guys enjoying the game so far? Any questions, concerns, suggestions that we can do to make your experience better?
Why do you sound like a flight attendant?
I was customer service for like 3 years.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I mean, listen, we should all try our best. Like, I can do the Chick-fil-A voice.
If you sign up for our bias card, you get 30,000 miles right off the bat.
To go nowhere.
He needs to put his mic into his entire mouth, though, and then just be like... Like, it just needs to be...
There we go.
Yeah. Okay,
honestly, Arden? Oh, damn it, she made it. Never mind.
Yes, sorry, we are currently down 2 of our normal players. There will be a full party of 6 going forward, starting next week, hopefully, but one of our members is out with COVID, and the other one is getting a tattoo because I threw them under the needle. So, my bad.
Sorry, what?
Okay.
I knew why they were out. I did not know you were the reason.
So here's story time while everyone's on break. So Lilith and I we're at a tattoo expo today, and one of the tattoo artists saw my One Piece shirt that I was wearing and really liked it. So I showed him my new One Piece tattoo that I've got on the back of my calf. And he loved it, and he's like, man, I would really love to do a One Piece tattoo for the competition today. Would you be willing to do a tattoo for just tips? Like, he would the only payment he would ask for is just the tip amount, which for anyone who has tattoos, that's basically a free tattoo.
Yeah.
And my body's a little gun shy right now because last time I was under the needle, it was like 9 hours in one session on the back of my calf, which is a very sensitive place. Luckily, though, my best friend Lilith is also a huge One Piece fan, and I brought them to the table, and they discussed it with the tattoo artist, and the tattoo artist threw together a Marco the Phoenix tattoo, which Lilith is currently getting. It probably didn't take all day to get, but they do have to stay there until the actual judging of the competition, which should be over by now. But they're probably on their way home. But they also have a month-old newborn who they are probably taking care of at the moment. So, at the moment, right now, we are currently down to 4 players.
Oh, so Lilith actually has a cool reason for not being here, and that Kevin's just fucking sick.
Kevin's body sucks. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Kevin. You avoided.
I'm sorry.
You avoided COVID for 4.5 years, but it got you. Newborn is doing very well. She is adorable, and her sense of humor hasn't developed yet. I guess babies don't laugh until they hit a specific point of development. So until the baby starts laughing, I'm basically useless because I'm the funny guy. So also I held the baby for like the first time yesterday. I was the last one in the group to hold the baby, and if I had ovaries, they would have exploded. I got baby fever so bad. Like the second I held the baby, I'm like, oh, this is bad. But yes, anyone who can remember, can anyone refresh me on how large the tower that we are in actually is? Is it how many floors? 200 and something?
Hold on, I have the handout that Garo gave us way
25
back.
floors that are roughly 4 square miles apiece. He's in the
Yes,
chat.
yes, I see him
There
there.
we go.
Oh, yeah, so Garo's actually talking about that in the chat, yeah. This just in,
Okay.
Macus's ovaries exploded.
Confirmed.
What we really need to doodle onto this picture, Garo, is some birds for reference. But I don't think you would be able to see the birds.
The birds would be little dots, little speckles. We could put a dragon at the base of the tower for reference.
Yeah.
Questing music.
Music should be playing. Hopefully I'm not getting demonetized by it.
I had some background music running through Foundry, but I don't know if that's translating to your stream.
It is, just a little bit. I don't know if anyone can actually hear it. Is this a D&D thing? Yes, Zora, this is a D&D thing. We are here. This is actually session 1. This is the first session of a brand new campaign that we are doing. I call it it's a bias D&D stream because our little running joke that we've had among the entirety of the time I've been playing D&D with Garo here is that there is a tavern called the Bad Investment, and it's just kind of grown over time. So the tavern appears in every campaign.
Including this one.
Including this one. So hopefully, am I spoiling things? Should I just shut up?
No, you can talk about it. The Bad Investment is a multi-dimensional being, like an entity that traverses across dimensions and editions.
Sorry, cutting you off, Garo. Troloxin, stop it! You're wasting so much money!
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Garo, it showed up in my campaign as well when I ran the.
Did you?
invitation one.
Yes. And now
Yeah.
it's even traversing different DMs.
So
yeah.
the premise of the tavern it was built it started off as a large sailing ship that a wealthy man was planning on using to start a a shipping empire. And when he commissioned the ship to be built, it was built in the middle of a desert in a landlocked area. So there was no way for him to transport the ship to the ocean, so he converted it into a tavern. So the ship, the tavern itself is basically shaped it's made out of a ship. It's got it's why it's called the bad investment, is because it was a bad investment to build. So yeah, it's grown over time throughout all these different campaigns. It's basically a gathering hub where a lot of adventures start or a lot of adventures pass through. It's a great place to pick up quests, talk to NPCs. So we call it the Bad Investment Adventuring Services, or BIAS. I'm proud of that one. I'm proud of that acronym I made. I'm a clever boy.
Clever boy.
Yep, with exploded ovaries.
With exploded ovaries. Oh, good lord.
Oh man.
Okay, so is everybody back in ready?
I think Aiden
Yeah.
is still. Nope, never mind.
I'm here, but you were saying something about me before I left.
Was I?
Oh
We
yeah,
hate-
that was
we hate
Avery.
you.
What did you say?
Avery. Sai was talking at you before you left.
Oh,
Or right
whoops!
after.
I missed it. What did you say? I heard my name, but I was already walking away. So
Dang, I have been ignored.
Also,
so sorry.
No, I'm
I
kidding.
wanted to take the 5 minutes that I had.
No,
and
you're
do
good.
the
You're good.
rest.
You're good.
also, just so you know, Aiden, your mom is not only a MILF, she's a science MILF, so she's a SMILF.
A science MILF. Can you please explain this concept to me?
People thought she was a scientist when she was first described, so they're like science MILF, and I'm like SMILF.
Oh.
I don't-
MILF.
I think she knows a lot about the technology that we use, but I don't think she is the scientist. She has other people do that shit for her.
So is she the Elon
She is
Musk?
like 100. Yes, exactly. That's what I was going for.
She's a
Elon
MILF.
Musk or a.
Musk MILF.
No, you're not.
Not nearly as
we're not gonna-
awkward.
Yeah, no. Yeah, not
You're not
awkward though. Not awkward. Like Steve Jobs and Elon Musk maybe put together is the vibe, but like.
If they
But a
had
badass
functioning
mommy.
if they had functioning social skills, let's put it that way.
It's kind of hard to she's the CEO of this tech giant company, but she didn't build it herself. She inherited it. So she has social skills.
Yeah, this is a Magitech startup started up with old money, like old
Yeah.
money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but Arden, all I was
The
gonna say-
Vandergrims are not nouveau riche; they are fucking blue bloods.
Yeah.
Sorry, we keep cutting off Sai. What were you saying, Sai?
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was going to compliment you because I know, like, when we were coming up with characters, I know you were like nervous about this one.
Yep.
But I'm really good. You went with this one.
For the streamers, if
I'm
you
really
couldn't already
I'm
tell.
really happy. Sorry, why did I say I'm really good with you?
No, I got you. I got what you meant.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it. If you couldn't tell, this character is the furthest from my actual personality that I've ever gone. And it's terrifying. So
Lies, she's a
I'm
giant snooty bitch.
totally.
She's
Yeah.
just pretending.
Yep, I'm pretending to be a nervous, ADHD as fuck, hot mess of a lesbian, and I'm playing a super bureaucratic, sexy tiefling woman with all of the charisma and class that one could muster. And I don't even know how to do that, so we're just making it up as we go.
For Lolazan, Othala the First is, let's say, unentangled. But that may or may not be a good thing. So, if we're ready to go ahead and resume. So, let's go back. So Taz, You've spent now an hour in the stocks, chatting with passerby. So you
Have I
are
made any friends?
yes, actually. So as you have been bound up here, like the intent of this is sort of like a public shaming, and many of the people who have walked by have been avoidant. We'll say avoidant. Like I said, they refuse to lock eyes with you, almost as though like any sort of association with somebody who is being chastised by the Aegis will get them in trouble as well. However, one of the children of that group that you had interacted with before, the ones that were swatting down the little watchers, the Aegis watchers, the birds that are not real. The one of the kids was not apprehended. They had managed to kind of like slip away, and so she is the epitome of like snot-nosed punk. She has like got the Angelica from Rugrats hair where it's like sticking out in all directions. She has got a constant dribble of snot going from like her right nostril, like down her upper lip and into like not quite into her mouth, but like it's kind of gross. It's not just kind of gross, it is gross. She's maybe like 7 or 8 years old. And she is just sitting on the edge of the stalks, like she's got like a chunk of bread in one hand, and she's like throwing it down at the little like watchers, at the birds, like pretending that they're gonna come and like feed the pigeons, kind of a thing. There are real pigeons within the tower, but for the most part, if you see a bird, it's probably not an actual animal.
Try to start some government conspiracies here.
Yeah, so she is she is like feeding the birds, and she's talking with you, and she's like, well, you see, so my brother, he's really kind of mean to me sometimes, and well, I don't think that your brothers would ever be mean to you because you're pretty strong, but I don't know how to do that. So, just kind of that rambling childlike story. You've made a friend. But she's just kind of like sitting on the edge of your like stockade here, jabbering back and forth with you.
I will be like, well, one thing too, if you want to get strong, you have to go and pick up very heavy rocks and take them as far as you can, and then you just try to beat it yourself the next day and see if you can take it any farther. That would be your first step. But think if anybody is mean to you, they probably have other stuff going on. So try not to take it to heart. That's not on you, that's on them. Hey, what should we name the birds?
Well, that one is Feather, and that one is Beak, and that one was 2 feet, but now it's only got 1 foot. So I don't know if we can still call him 2 feet anymore. Hops?
Yeah.
Like hops on pops?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that would work pretty good. So yeah, if I carry rocks from place to place to place, you said I'll get big like you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I don't know where. I think I can get our rocks over there. So like during this like conversation between you and the 7-year-old, eventually the knights or the Aegis knights do come back over and like unlock you from the stockades. And while there is like an element of like public shaming, you've kind of built up a little bit of a not immunity to it. This is not the first time that you've been stockaded, and it probably won't be the last time. You've never like done anything worse. Like, but everybody around you is kind of they know better than to say like, oh yeah, Taz is like a genuine criminal. So eventually you are released from the stocks and allowed to go along your way.
As they come and unlock me, I'll be like, hey guys, I hope you guys had a good break. Hey, as they're unlocking, be like, try the blueberry ones next time. Not as good as the lemon, but they're pretty good up there. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, the third one of the third one is one of the same knights as before. The one who like gave you the quick thumbs up, and she's like a more heavy set like tabaxi, kind of like more in the vein of like a tiger than a leopard. And she's like, "Oh, I think I actually am gonna try that one because I don't know about you, but sometimes the lemon ones they can be a little bit too." And she like sees the dark elf out of the corner of her eye. On your way. And kind of like waves you along.
She'll like wink and do some finger guns to them as she like skips away.
So cool. So you were released from your temporary captivity here. Luckily, interfering with the Aegis, at least on the level that you have done so, is not worth any kind of heftier penalties. So where do you go? What do you do after? After you're released?
I'm gonna head towards my delivery.
Okay, so you make your way over to one of the elevators, one of the 3 and 30, and make your way up from 95 to 110, and it's a pretty quick trip. Like, you do have to stand in line for a few minutes to make your way onto the elevator, but it's an extremely efficient system. So you shoot your way up to floor 110, and you start following the address and counting streets to get to the place where you need to be. And you find yourself very quickly outside of a massive warehouse with a big stylized G on the exterior.
This looks like the right place. I'm gonna go ahead and go on inside.
So you hear his voice in your head one more time. I've already forgotten his name.
Kadira.
Kadira, yes. So Kadira's voice in your head kind of repeats. Once you head into the building, it's the third door on the right. You should find the little box and a leather-bound journal aside.
I start walking in, and I'm just kind of like muttering to myself, like 1, 2, 3, counting things to make sure I'm finding the right spot, and just kind of like smiling at people.
Yeah. So you look around, and there is like so there's a half dozen or so day laborers that are like walking around, like lifting crates from place to place. And you've been in Maelhaven for about a year now. And you've seen this like look before. These people are like unusually passive. Like, nobody's having like crosstalk or conversations with one another. And there is just the like very like around the edges of their eyelids and like the corners of their nose and their mouth. There's like just the slightest hint of like this bluish powder, like around all their like mucous membranes, kind of a thing.
Gross.
And so they're extremely like sedate and are just kind of going about their business. And there's an extremely frustrated looking dwarf like on the catwalks above who's like, can't fucking believe it. Every time the peacekeepers roll through, I have to give the orders 4 times. And like the voice kind of fades out after that. He's definitely like walking away from you up on the catwalks. So as you proceed, you find the door that you are looking for. And it does happen to be locked, which twigs a little bit, but...
Oh, maybe they just forgot to give me the key. Can I like look around for the key hidden somewhere?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
$15.
15. Yeah, so on a 15, you go around from like room to room, and most of the rooms are not locked. Like there's like kind of offices and cubicles, like kind of like the front end of this warehouse operation, where like people would like be dealing with paperwork and whatnot. You kind of pop open one door and start rifling through the desk of one of these cubicles, and you do find a like silver key with like a little keychain hanging off of it with that same stylized V.
Thing. This must have been here. He must have just slipped their mind. Now I'll go ahead and take the key.
Heading back across the hallway to the door that you were directed to. May actually check something. So your attention is peaked on the far side of the warehouse. So the arrangement of this place, like you've gone into a set of double doors in the front of this gigantic rectangular building, and gigantic meaning like it literally is bolted to the ceiling and to the floor. So it's covering the full like 40 feet of vertical space, and it reaches like it covers the space of like a football field. You go in the double doors in the front, like almost like an airplane hangar size. And to either side of you in the first like hallway is the cubicles that we discussed before. And then in the back there is this massive open space that is just absolutely filled with crates. Like hours of crates. All with that same logo on there. You can see the laborers like shifting boxes around, and with your passive perception, 13 is enough to have noticed this. One of the like blue tinted individuals, one of the ones that had experienced that peacekeeper gas, falls over while carrying one of the boxes, and it spills its contents all across the floor. And the dwarf from the catwalks above like shouts out in anger, latches a like kind of grappling hook onto the catwalk and drops down and like hauls the guy off by the back of his collar.
Am I near them, like, or is this across the hall? Like, how close am I to this?
It's like a third of the way across the warehouse from you.
Jeez Louise, it is. Does anybody else see this? Like, is everybody watching? Like, what's happening?
So beyond the day laborers from before, there's maybe a dozen other employees. Only about a third of the ones got involved in Rhodes' little spectacle from earlier. So most of them are kind of like you are not the only one to have noticed this, but everybody who is working here is like going out of their way to keep their heads down, kind of an attitude. Yeah, you got a passive insight. You got enough insight to like realize that these people are uncomfortable, but they're not willing to intervene.
Can I make a roll to see if I think that they're gonna like surely they're just bringing them back into the like back room to make sure that nothing got on them, right? Like they're taking care of them, right? Like surely that's what's happening.
Are you following?
No, I'm just watching. I'm seeing them getting hauled off to the back. I'm sure that that's what's happening, right? Like, can I make a check to see if people are... They're just taking care of them, right?
Oh, that would be an active insight check.
Okay. That's a 6.
6? Yeah. For sure. Like this, like you're pretty sure that the nurse is on the far side of the building.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna be like, oh, that's nice. At least they're getting taken care of, and I'm just gonna keep on going through, and I'm gonna find the journal that I was looking for. Have I found that yet?
So, taking the key that you found in the desk, you open up the room, and there is a where everything else was like kind of cubicalized. This is like the manager's office, and beyond just the like the desk that's overflowing with papers and books and such, there is a like a workbench in the back where like some type of like tinkering is going on. But yeah, on the desk there is a box about 6 inches by 6 inches. And next to it there is a leather-bound journal that is open to a page.
I'm just gonna close it up and tuck it inside my pocket and kind of tidy up things around there, and then I'm gonna pause and kind of stick my tongue out and think like, was I supposed to get the journal? Was I supposed to get something else? Do I remember if I was supposed to get something else?
Kadira told you to get the box and the journal and to leave the letter behind.
Okay. And I was supposed to leave a letter behind? What letter?
There's a folded letter, a folded and sealed like envelope that Kadira gave you to leave on the desk.
Oh, okay. So I just like I'll plop that down and like pat it on the desk, and then I will head on my way out, and I'm gonna make sure that I put the key back, and lock the door, like lock up the door, and then I'm gonna put the key back because clearly they didn't mean to make it that easy. So
as you're exiting, yeah, you leave the warehouse, and it is like the exterior of the building is kind of oddly quiet. You're used to kind of the hustle and bustle of 95. 110 is like weirdly, there's not enough people here for you to feel comfortable. So you kind of like move on about your business. However, off in the distance, towards the center where the three the larger elevators are, towards the center of the floor, you can hear the sounds of shouting and like anger, as a crowd has kind of built up towards the center of the floor. So with that, we will shift back over to Road.
I'm not having a good day.
So, Road, you have sent your note off to Bem, and bemoaning the 5 gold pieces you were going to have earned today. Where do you head after that? You said you were going to go back to the Twisting Tail, but
no, I said I was going to. I said I was going to need to do some extra work at the Twisting Tail to make up for the money lost today.
Sure. Okay.
Tonight, but as of right now, he's probably just gonna. Road is just gonna be skulking the alleyways, kind of staying out of the known patrol paths of the guards. He's probably gonna spend a little bit of time in the warehouse, just like hiding behind, hiding behind a package, wait for everything to die down a little bit. When people are distracted, he's gonna kind of sneak out the back and disappear into the crowd.
So, I'm sorry, I heard what you said, and then my brain did not retain it. So you're heading to the back of the crowd. Which crowd?
Not back of the crowd. I'm heading out of the warehouse and just like getting back to just regular civilization, like getting away from this area.
Okay. So, yeah, as you leave the warehouse, you find yourself kind of like heading through back streets, not quite like alleys, not quite like lesser, not really dangerous areas. You progress your way through 110 and find yourself kind of moving against the crowd. You've got a fairly substantial passive insight. So with a 13 passive insight, like the way that this occurs is you're kind of like hunched up and kind of like trying to avoid attention without like without going it so far as to like make a stealth check kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like I have disadvantage on stealth, not just because I usually wear male armor, but because I'm like damn near 7 feet tall with bright pink hair. It's just like not a stealthy person with a limp and a leg brace. So
Yeah, exactly. You stand out. But like I said, so with that 13 passive insight that you've got, it takes only a few minutes before you realize, like, you heading towards the elevators is moving against the crowd. Normally there's like a back and forth flow as people are heading to different directions. Everybody seems to be moving towards the center of the floor.
Oh, my curiosity's gonna get the better of me. I'm gonna turn around and go check out what everyone's going towards.
Okay, so yeah, moving across, there's kind of like as you begin to pay attention, there's kind of like a grumbling, a frustration in the air, as individuals are like kind of cross chatting with one another, and there's a moment, like as you approach the center, where the crowd begins to kind of disperse into what amounts to the town square. It's the space where like the majority of the shop, it's an area where space has been deliberately made for gathering. And at the center of town square, there has been there's been a hastily erected gallows.
Well,
Like this is fresh lumber. And you've lived in Maelhaven your entire life. The Aegis, like there's never been a public execution. Like that's just so unseemly, borderline gauche. So this immediately twigs your interest.
okay. How badly am I about to fuck up? Go. I'm gonna try and get like up close and see like what are they doing here? What they don't do this. This is new.
So, in this moment, we're actually going to have a little bit of overlap. So, Taz, you approach the center. Or you said you were following the people, seeing the angry voices and stuff. Oh, I misunderstood. Okay.
I didn't get a chance to say if I was following or not.
Oh, okay. Is that something that you were interested in, like seeing the spectacle, or were you gonna be heading back home?
How long ago was I like?
So, you talked with Kadira. That was around like 11:45-ish noon. He said that he'd be meeting you back here at 6. You spent an hour in the stocks, so you would have been unlocked around like 1:30. You've only been up here for like maybe half an hour or so. Like this was a very quick errand. Like 25 gold for this is a pretty stinking good deal.
Yeah, I'll
You've got time, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll peruse over there, see what's going on, see if there's a party.
Okay, so you notice this first, and by noticing this, you you notice a 7-foot tall man with pink hair and shoulders the size of a fucking ox, standing like just one street over as the two of you enter town square at roughly the same time. So you have spotted Road. Road, as you file into the square here, looking up at the gallows with kind of a sinking pit in your stomach, you've not seen public executions before because you know that most of these happen in private in Maelhaven. So for something to have happened where they need to make an example of someone, that is putting an absolute like sinking feeling in you. As the crowd looks up, so you look up and see a smattering of people. There's a good 5 or 6 members of the Aegis, of Knights of the Aegis, so the humans. Humans, dwarves, dragonborn, etc. The living members of the Aegis, standing at the base of the gallows with another 5 members up above. These people look like just everyday citizens. There's 3 men and a woman, or 3 men and 2 women, standing there with heads in nooses, arms and legs bound, as they look down over, or as the members of the Aegis look over the crowd. These individuals have been indicted on charges of conspiracy and of destabilization of peace. Has anyone a word to say in their defense? And the crowd kind of yells and shouts various like epithets at the members of the Aegis. And they clearly are choosing to hear none of it. So the members of the Aegis, they look up, or so they look across at one another. Well, if no one is speaking to their defense, clearly ignoring everybody speaking to their defense, then these 5 shall be put to death. One cannot be too aggressive in pursuing peace.
Road. So how, this is kind of an industrial area, right? Like, are there any loose cobblestones or anything on the ground?
So it's not so much like cobblestones as it is like like pieces of broken down crates.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything that looks like
it's more like industrial detritus? Yeah.
Is there anything that looks like it's got any good heft to it?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Nat 1.
Okay. No, in this moment, the thing that looks the most throwable is this dwarf.
Again.
Seriously considering it. Shit. Okay, so Rhoda's gonna start making his way towards the gallows.
Okay.
Like shoving his way, like angrily. He's gonna put an angry look on his face.
Throw the dwarf.
So, with an angry look on your face, you're shoving your way up towards the gallows. Make an athletics check to push your way through the crowd, or acrobatics, whatever you think is better.
Oh, I think it's athletics. Damn it!
Yeah,
11.
Both of these have different connotations.
11.
An 11, you start pushing your way through the crowd, like reaching arms forward. You're taller than most of these people. Like, you know, you're not superhumanly tall, but you're big enough. But eventually you start to try to like push your way between two, like a minotaur and a half orc, who are both like equally as large as you are. And they like cold cock your shoulder for a bit, like blocking you from moving forward. And you hear the voice of the Aegis call down, "If no one speaks in their defense,
Rhoda's gonna...
And they pull...
Can I push my way through? Like, I'm gonna, like, all these tall people, I want to, like, slide in between their legs to get up front to see what's going on.
That sounds more like an acrobatics check.
Oh, shit. I just realized something. How far am I from the...
Roughly 20 feet.
Pop, baby. I'm gonna have my ooze like the ghostly, like transparent, like pink version of myself, like ooze up from underneath the wood of the scaffold of the gallows, and as soon as he like takes corporeal form, I'm gonna swap with it.
Okay.
I got a 10 to push through people's legs.
So you're sliding through. You make your way to about the same distance away as Road did, but you don't have any of the special abilities that Road does. So like almost coalesce, like growing out of the surface of the boards underneath the gallows. This hulking pink-haired man that you saw before, like snaps into being in the middle of 5 members of the Aegis. Taz. So you're about 20 feet away as Road appears. We're gonna give each of you one more action before the real thing starts. But actually, so we'll.
So I'm going to swap places with my Echo. And basically shout up at the guy in the middle of the 5 guys. It's like, you slept with my wife, and I'm gonna kick him between the fork of his legs.
Okay, well, what are the ropes being made, like the nooses being made out of?
They're like a braided rope.
Do I think that my thrown hand axes can cut through that if I throw it hard enough?
Yeah. Yeah. So those of you familiar with the mechanics of D&D, like this is going to be a moment where this thing has high AC, but like functionally 1 hit point. So you are chucking an axe across 20 feet to try to hit a very like narrow target. So if you make an attack roll with this axe,
can I climb one of the giant people that boxed out Road to get a better like height advantage?
okay.
I want to scale these people like a tree.
Explain.
So
What check do you think that's gonna be? Is that kind of like
Athletics.
athletics? Okay.
she's scaling
So
him
you
like a
come
rock
over.
wall.
So you run over and like hop around, like grabbing this dude around like the middle, and just like with arms and legs wrapped around him, shimmy up to his shoulder, and then grab an axe off of your belt. Are you gonna make?
I'm gonna do like a running leap to grab hold of his back, and I'm like walking my feet up because I'm little.
Yeah.
So I'm just walking up his back, holding on to his shoulders to like hold. I'm like, hold still, and I'm gonna like throw my axe
Okay.
at the ropes to try to like break them free.
Okay. I'll tell you now. So from this distance, we'll put an arbitrary number on it that I feel is fair. That rope has got an armor class of 18. If you can hit the rope from here with an 18 on an attack roll, you'll have severed that rope.
Okay, do I have to make a check to crawl up the dude or no?
I think actually, let's see how he reacts. Okay, so yeah, let's call this a contested grapple check. You need to beat an 11 to make it up him. Because he is not expecting somebody to fucking climb him like a tree.
Ah, shit.
That's an 11.
An 11. So you tie. So you grab this guy, like, so this half orc is
Tie goes to the die.
like, going down to the back of his waist, or like down to his waist. You grab the rope and like reverse rappel up his back, and like he's in the middle of like reaching back to like throw you off when you have the opportunity to make your attack. So.
Right, do I get any type of advantage since I now have a higher vantage point?
Still the same. You're
it.
just not like throwing through the crowd now. However, there is crowd behind this, so let's see what happens if you miss.
These dice have not been great for me. We're gonna do different dice because I need some type of good juju out there.
Zandothar, so generally with stuff like this, it has a very high AC, not because it's tough rope, but because of the difficulty of throwing an axe at it from a distance. If she was standing right next to it and took a swing at it, the AC would likely.
No way.
Nat 1?
No
Oh God!
way. You are gonna kill some kid in the audience.
Oh my god, Arden, shut up! Don't give the DM any like tips here. Oh my god.
So chat can't see me tenting my fingers like Mr. Burns. Okay, so you climb up this guy's back, and as you are like drawing and throwing the axe, he grabs you by the front of your tunic and slams you onto the ground in front of him. So like all that wind is knocked out of you. The axe flies straight up into the air and drops into the crowd, and you hear like a sound of a shout Like,
Does this at least like get the commotion of the guards?
between Roach like popping up and kicking this guy in the nuts, and like somebody in the crowd screaming in pain, like, yeah, you guys have now disrupted this. As chaos begins to erupt in the square, we're going to transition back to Mithra.
God damn it!
So, Sai here.
You cut out literally as you said, we're going, and then you cut out for me.
Oh, we're gonna cut back to Mithra.
Ah, okay.
There are requests to put on Doom and Doom music.
So, yeah, can't put anything copyrighted on. Everything here is DRM free. Okay, so, Mithra, you have successfully, as far as you can tell, turned back time 20 minutes within your circle. This is huge. Like, you've not been able to do this and do this stably before. What is your reaction to this? Like,
So I'm going to kind of do the moment of like relaxing the tension in the shoulders for like the first time in probably a decade. It feels like it's probably less than that. I mean, it feels like a decade. And like the tiniest hint of an actual smile before I immediately turn serious again, and then like start looking for signs of something going awry, because like I am pleasantly not surprised. Like, I am encouraged that it worked, but now my brain immediately goes for like, okay, something has to go wrong, right?
so yeah, as you are waiting for the other shoe to drop, the energy that you have been placed into the spell, this lasted all of like a minute, before the energy seems to like reverse back out of the circle, and return back to you. You have kind of functionally expended a spell slot, but within these conditions, with this subject, you have achieved your goal for now. And you have definitely picked up some data here to take back to Technench, whatever it was.
Tech Etch, I think
Etch.
was the name.
Yeah, I was off the top of my head. We will probably
you're
come up
fine.
with a better one. So yeah, you've got this presentation for one of the startups later on, and you've got some data that you can now point to say like, hey, this is what I've been able to accomplish. So, let's see. Okay. So, your elation at this moment is mildly impugned by the seeming cascade of like downstream effects that happen throughout the rest of the afternoon. You're not certain that this is like a butterfly effect that comes down from your spell, but you're not sure either. So as we move into the rest of your afternoon, would you be doing the rest of your work here in the Transmutation Guild Hall, or would you be taking this back home? Where is your like comfortable workspace?
I would probably record any notes I'd want to make with Brucey still present, and then once I feel like I have a good enough, once I feel like I don't need to have the subject in my immediate vicinity. I'd thank Ellie for her time, and then I would probably go back to my own space.
Okay.
But
So,
I need coffee.
Yeah, so you go ahead and take your notes, and you head down to the main like atrium of the transmutation hall. And one of the things that is so cool about this place and why you chose to study in transmutation rather than evocation, was because of this little cafe down in the bottom of the hall itself. There is a couple of students who are working on researching how to amplify the effects of caffeine magically. And so there's this little like bar setup with what looks to be like crazy, like magical, high tech, like steampunky type espresso machines. And standing behind the bar is a pink skinned lizard folk, or like a dragonborn. Um, Technically, she's a red, but she does not ever admit to being a chromatic dragonborn because that's just really like uncool. So she says that she's pink. Um, so a pink skinned dragonborn, kind of pulling shots and passing them out, and like the coffee here is not black, it's not brown even. You get all sorts of varying shades, and as you approach, she's like pulling shots of this like deep maroon colored espresso. Um, so,
Or reminded me of her name.
um, her name is something cool. Um, her name is Vumme. Vumme. Whitish red. um, yeah, so her name is Vumme. And she's here pulling the shots of this like maroon colored coffee.
I heard that is
Uh,
I'm gonna be
Huh? Like vroom, like a car?
assuming we at least friendly.
You guys have met each other. There's like kind of a passive like professional encounters. So yeah, you guys have met, but you're not like, you wouldn't consider each other colleagues. Did I think Sai's internet may have gone out? Okay, so
Turns out the coffee was poison.
turns out
Someone bring me the replacement tiefling.
I'm sorry, my computer didn't like the Discord app for some reason.
One
there you go.
tiefling is enough tieflings in this party.
Yeah, so Voom turns to you and says, "Oh, afternoon, Mithra. You hoping to pull a shot today?"
Why is it red? Did you put blood in it?
No blood. What we've actually done is we've kind of spliced the coffee beans with the, and she kind of like, her eyes are drawn to your horns for a second, and then back down to your eyes. The coffee beans were actually cultivated in some infernal soil. I hope that's not offensive. I don't mean to be offensive. I promise. I'm not trying to like get under your skin or anything. I wasn't trying to like
No,
Cancel
no,
her.
No.
So in this infernal soil, the coffee seems to like come up with this really rich like pepperiness, and it's gosh, here you can just try it. And she like gets real like awkward for a second, and passes you like the tiniest little espresso cup, like a sampler cup, and she like looks at you kind of like expectantly.
I knock it back. Is it good?
It's fine. It almost tastes like black pepper. Like, there is that like roasted coffee taste to it, but there's like it kind of builds up in the back of your like sinus. Um, it's not bad. You're not sure that you would choose it, and you definitely wouldn't sweeten it. Um, but maybe it could use some cream. Like this might be better as a macchiato.
What's your biggest size? Like, why am I asking you that? You know this. The biggest size, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And she kind of like gives you another look, like, okay, we got to fund our research somehow, and like goes to go pull a like, like a 32-ounce macchiato here for you. And then like before she like puts it on the counter in front of you, she like opens up the cash drawer and like locks eyes on you. 5 copper, please.
Yep. I
I'm
hope
sorry,
I have
I hate asking for money, especially like
this.
from scholarship students. It's
Uh, we are all poor here. We get it.
so
I hope I have 5 copper on me.
yeah. Rifling through your pockets, 5 copper comes up. Like you live in a nice area of town, but that's almost not through your own fault. Like, so you pull it out, and like the coffee itself is like extremely attractive when she pulls it off. Like because you open the cup, and it is this like rich pink color after it's been diluted with cream. And yeah, it's definitely much better. It gives you kind of almost stew vibes, but in a good way.
Your lifesaver, thank you. I would consider maybe trying to increase the caffeine potency even further. Maybe?
Oh, see, we've not been able to grow anything out of limbo in a while, so
What do
it's
you
been.
need to do that?
Oh, we shattered the tuning fork to break that plane, or
Oh,
break into the plane.
how did that
So,
happen?
well, it's limbo. It's pure chaos, you know. Anything that you put in there has a strong chance of not wanting to be taken out. And let's just say that the plant, the coffee plant, fought back, and we weren't
Oh,
ready for it. So
what a
anyway,
shame.
yeah. But no, that was definitely the highest caffeine content that we ever got out of any bit. Literally had a Soraya bouncing off the walls. Um, it was pretty
Nice.
insane.
Did you manage to get any to any of the air genasi? Because I really would want to see if they just kind of fly away.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should not laugh at that. No, I don't remember if any Argonauts got that. Um, but yeah,
Quite.
I'll let you know if we get anything cool before you graduate. Cool. So
Thank you. This is honestly, I think I have more of this in my blood than blood at this point.
wait, were you dealing with the necromancers? Necromancy Hall is not a fun place to be. Let me tell you, it's kind of like
Not that literally.
oh,
Boom.
fine. Yeah,
Metaphorically.
I dated somebody from
Speaking.
Necromancy Hall once, and it was really awkward.
Oh,
Trying to like resurrect the relationship, and at some point I had to tell him that magic doesn't work like that.
Talk about
no,
boning. Sorry.
God damn it, Max. Yeah, yeah, no, necromancy and relationships. Yeah. I've not personally tried it. Good luck on your next relationship.
Oh, I think I'm gonna be single for a while. That really kind of put me off of dating altogether.
So, I have heard that things like that make people not want to date other people. Anyway, sorry. I have things to do. Goodbye.
So as Mithra leaves Transmutation Hall and heads back to her space, an odd thing happens. So you leave Transmutation Hall, which has already got a pretty chaotic energy, and you are it. You kind of actually you got a fairly substantial passive investigation and passive perception. Very perceptive individual. You make it a few like buildings down the main like walkway of campus here before you start noticing people around you are making these like odd exclamations and like what the hell or like, what the hell's Thor's thunder, like stop. And, like people are there are sounds of consternation almost following you. And as you turn around, a half dozen people are like looking around kind of crazily and almost as though they're missing something. And a few seconds later, one after the other, like there's the sounds of like metal and crystal hitting stone as their various constructs, like their non-magical familiars, reappear and drop onto the stone behind them, to where they were a few seconds or minutes ago.
I freeze. Are the constructs still functioning, or
Eventually somebody does go and retrieve their little construct, and pulling it up. Each of these constructs have various functions and purposes. For the most part, the birds are owned by the Aegis, but everybody else kind of like, if you move high enough up in the tower, everybody has one for purposes of like message. Like many of them contain the access to like the message cantrip or to like minor prestidigitations. They're functional, but as people go and retrieve their individual constructs, the first one to pick up theirs, which is this kind of like long segmented like tabby cat looking one, made out of like pewter and other like grayish metals, or gray and brown metals, so like bronze and copper and whatever. The metallic tabby is just like hanging limp in their hands, and they look like they're like almost struggling to hold it up. And you, with your expertise, or not expertise, this is not really your field, but you know enough about it. One of the like ineffable side effects of building a construct is that they weigh less than they should, based on their components. And these people look like they are holding up like a significant amount of like metal and wire and crystal. Something is going wrong, and you're not sure what.
the one with the tabby cat construct? Can I kind of do a look right and left as I'm crossing the street, and then I like slip over to that person, and be like, "Excuse me, is your construct all right?"
So this is like clearly like an undergrad. Like this is somebody who's like several years behind you in their education, and he's like holding up his tabby cat. This, and it's kind of like shaking a little bit, like you would like a gadget that wasn't working. And he's like, "What the hell? Like, come on, this thing's not supposed to even. It's supposed to be break proof. Like." And like he's like shaking it around and stuff. And he's like, "I can't get it to turn back on. I've tried catching it twice, and it's not even doing anything."
Can I look at it?
I guess, sure. Like, passes it over to you.
What do I notice anything broken? Do I notice anything particularly weird?
Make an investigation check.
Oh. Okay. That's not bad at all. Investigation. What's 19 plus 5? 24? 19. Apparently has my mind on this character.
So 19. Sorry, 24. Yeah, you pull this thing open, and somehow it seems to be repelling, it seems to be repelling magic to your canisphere. It's shifted from like the crystals within are supposed to draw energy within them. Oh shit, there's I think it's opal. What?
Hang on, I guess our sound is breaking up. Hold on.
Oh, okay. So yeah, let's get that fixed. While I look something up real fast.
I'm not sure what's causing it. Let's see here.
It's probably my fault.
Yeah, probably. No, it was doing bad for everyone, so it's probably my fault. I'm disconnecting some extra devices from the Wi-Fi.
Also, Lilith is here.
Oh.
Hello.
Yay!
Sorry about that. Tattoo competition took a lot longer than I expected.
Who won?
Did you win?
Nope.
Did you at least
Damn.
place?
Nope. Didn't even place.
Ah, it sucks.
But
We were
does it
listening
look
to the stream this
cool?
whole time.
Does look cool, and it's basically a $850 tattoo for free.
Well, for tip.
For
Damn.
Nice.
Okay, Arden, I think those dice might be bugged. I just rolled another one and it's showing the number correctly. Another 19. So apparently
Yeah,
that's my arc. That's my
first-
arc number.
For some reason on my end, it says it's hidden. It's like
Is it? I'm not trying
yeah,
to
and
make
then
it
it says
hidden.
question mark, and you're also player 5, so it's not like your actual account. It's like an additional.
For no particular reason, can you share that dice that has just permanent 19s? I'll take that.
Yeah, no, there's one, I rolled another and it was an 18.
What the? Now that we're not rolling for anything
I know.
at all.
Hold on. I'll refresh the let me reopen the link. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't know.
Let's
Maybe
see.
you have to go.
Hopefully-
You may have to go into your account settings or something.
Yeah.
So hopefully you were listening to the stream this whole time, though.
Unfortunately, I was not able to listen to it. The convention hall was too loud.
Aww.
Let's see what I can do.
Let's see. Richard is the.
They say the audio seems to be blipping a bit. I'm going to leave the Discord call for a second and re-enter it. Okay. I'm not sure. Let's see, audio.
Testing.
Okay. I just won't use the blue dice. That's fine. The white dice should be working fine.
The audio is mostly in working order. I think we're good. I'm not seeing anything wrong on the OBS end.
Sai, can you roll your white dice and give it a test and see if I can see it?
Another 18.
Yeah, I can see those numbers for some reason. That's weird.
Okay,
but
no, that's
can't
fine.
see
I
them.
know it might just, because like I didn't. These are just some dice that I got off the site, so it might just be bugged.
They look
Anyway,
nice.
that's probably all the good rolls I have for the night. So prepare for some nat ones coming up.
Okay. So.
Don't jinx.
I do actually want make an Arcana check.
Can I use one of the? No, I'm kidding. Oh.
As you examine this this construct.
Okay, not the worst. 11. 11 plus 7, 18. Arcana.
18. Yeah, so you pop this thing open, and like there's a in most constructs there's like crystals that are intended to be replaced. If they like run out of charge or just wear out, they're functionally batteries. This one does, and by crystals I just mean stones or gemstones of any type. This one does have an opal, which is fairly standard in that it draws in arcane magic. However, something is off about it. Instead, with that Arcana check, instead of drawing in the Arcana sphere, it seems to be repelling it out, almost as if it were like anti-opal. Not in the same way as like obsidian, where it negates magic, but doing the opposite of its natural properties, of its inherent properties.
Okay.
Something about it has switched.
Would I suspect... Would I have any idea of... What is the question I'm trying to come up with? Do I think that my experimentations might have something to do with this, or this might be like a third party? Or just some random freak accident?
Oh, you already made your Arcana check. Given your roll, this is definitely a temporal effect. Your spell that you developed is a chronergy spell. It is a time reversal. Something about it is sticking to you, though. So nearby, anything that is directly like connected to the Arcanosphere, to the like fundamental forces of magic itself, is having their magical effects reverse in an unpredictable way. This is not a like you're looking at this and it brings like a feeling of fear.
Right. Okay. I'm going to hand the other student back his construct, and just look at him and be like, "Yeah, sorry. There might be some glitch in its function. You might just have to give it a little bit just to restart on its own. Sorry. I wish I could help more. I'm gonna go now."
So,
and I'm going to hurry my way away.
Okay.
Away.
So, you make your way back to your little brownstone. You climb up the stairs, and yeah. So you make your way back home, and you start rifling through your like possessions, your Rolodex, and there is somebody that you know that may be able to help you with this. But you're gonna have to like go to them because they explicitly do not accept anything like messages or sendings. So if you want help, you're gonna have to head to 110 for it.
Oh, I'm going to steel myself and then empty my bag of anything that I don't deem immediately important. And then head out to 110.
Right. So you're off to go see Narivuni. All right. So we shift now to Othala. Othala, you have now left your mother's house with your package of invitations. First place you go now that you have permission to run this party, is where would you head?
Oh boy. I was like, yes, tell me where to go. Well, I've got all of the invitations for. So, DM, you said half the invitations were already written out, like, and addressed to people, and then
Yes.
the other half were to be determined.
Yeah, so you ordered half of your invitations filled out with like the names of the rich and powerful. You know, the your mom's friends, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
And those were the ones that were delivered to you by Nadine at first. Um, the other half of them, the blank cards, were the ones that were kept from you until now. Those were the ones that you had intended to like offer to friends and family, high performers, you know, people on the street. Those were the ones that you had left blank. You know, fill in your
Sorry.
name here.
Yes. Okay. Well, uh, hmm, I suppose I would hold on to my invitations and start maybe the first place I'd think to go. Since I did basically only get permission by talking about performance and like improvement upon performance at our multiple facilities located throughout the city, I would start there within the Grimtech Industries buildings and maybe like go through and speak with managers there and find out who is the highest performer, or if we should have a competition within the next 24 hours to see who outperforms the most. And then they will be the ones that receive the invitation.
Okay. So you go through and you create a who's who list of like members of employees within the Grim um, family of associates. And you do come up with like 70 or 80 names altogether. But you had a deeper agenda with this. You were not intending to just like keep it in the family, as it were.
No,
Um,
no. I need to put enough names on this list that obfuscates the sort of random names I may or may not be throwing in there. But I do also I just have such a disconnect with the people. And I'm not sure where to go. Um,
what else would you be doing to prepare for this party beyond the invitations?
well, I mean, obviously we need decorations, we need outfits. I do need a new gown. But I am also awaiting a very special piece of jewelry from my good friend Kayla down on what floor was she on again? 128? Is it? I'm not sure. I will perhaps look her up. Though I'm not sure if she's open today or not. She's not expecting me, but I think maybe she might know some people. She might know some people I could give some of these extra invitations to.
Okay. So, um, Jeeves does not speak, but Jeeves does know how to write. Um, Jeeves pulls out a little like sticky notepad as you are like wondering aloud and writes 190 in these like gigantic like block letters and holds it up to you.
Oh, oh dear, I've insulted her, haven't I? Let's just keep this between us. Yes, Jeeves?
Jeeves does not respond.
Right. Uh, good man. And then I'll like pat his like metal shoulder. um Right, all right. So a quick round, perhaps, to who should I visit first? Let's go. Let's go see the Albrights, and then after that, we'll go to uh Kayla's place, shall we? What do you think?
Sounds good. Once again, Jeeves does not respond, but you get what you need out of that dialogue either way. So as you head out, delivering your invitations to all of the blue bloods and the muddy buddies and all the people that are expecting these invitations, as well as those who are not expecting them, you make your way to the. I did have it written down. So you make your way down to floor 190 at the Blue Sky Gem. So this is a jewelry shop set on one of the more quaintly mercantile floors, as your mother would put it. The people who sell things, not in like an industrial scale, but those who make and produce and have these kitschy little shops. It's so cute. And you find yourself walking down the street, and there's a few individuals who seem to recognize you. At least they recognize the coat of arms, the coloring, and those dashing Louboutins. So as you walk up to the Blue Sky Gem, you enter the building. And Kayla, what does your shop look like?
So the shop is very, maybe quaint on the outside, but very elaborate inside. You can see the gems and jewelry on display, along with a back room with a window showing her workshop, where she is currently working on a new piece.
Ooh. Um.
And you can tell she's just so focused on her work she doesn't even hear the chime of the bell above her.
Jeeves, do you mind just staying out here a moment? And I'll just kind of like gesture for him to sort of stand outside of the door, so that I can go in. And are there any other patrons inside, or is it just Kayla working alone by herself?
You know what? At this moment, there are probably no other patrons. If I feel comfortable enough to go in the back room to work on it.
That's fair. Okay, cool. Could I enter? And I think I'll walk up to the little display where I can see her fervently working, and I'll just kind of stand there for a moment, just expecting her to, eventually look up. She doesn't look up. I look around with my hands behind my back. I look over at Jeeves. I look outside to see if there's anyone important walking by, and if it seems like it's pretty empty on the street and everything is clear, she'll give you like a specific tap on the window, like a certain knock.
When you do, you see Kayla just kind of jump and look over at the window, and then when she realizes it's you, she just kind of calms down a bit.
I waggle my fingers at her.
Come inside. Oh,
my perfectly manicured
Kayla,
fingers.
I wasn't expecting to see you today. How are you, darling?
Oh, it was a stressful day, but we're here now and everything is fine. I had a few questions for you. First, I wanted to check the progress of that sort of trinket I had you working on.
Oh yes.
How's that going?
I was just actually in the middle of working on it. It's coming along nicely. I would say probably another, I don't know, possibly finish it by tomorrow evening.
Oh, that would be
If all goes
perfect.
well.
Absolutely perfect. Yes. You'll recall she gave you, I don't know, a week ago or so, a stone that was probably most peculiar that you've never dealt with. It was a meteorite embedded with peridot. Or peridot? How do you pronounce that?
Peridot.
Peridot? I did it right the first time. Yeah.
I will admit, this is a very unique piece material you gave me, something I've never seen before. So it's been kind of not difficult, but challenging to get it exactly how I want.
Which is exactly why I brought it to you, darling. I knew that you would just know exactly how to handle it and that you could problem solve through anything. I wouldn't trust anyone else with it. And then she like
But you
kind
give
of
me
like
too
looks
much.
down at the trinket and back up
You give
at
me
you.
too much credit.
Oh, trust
I'm
me,
nowhere
darling.
near that.
You just I can see the potential in a lot of people and I definitely see it in you. Don't you worry. Eventually that confidence will catch up with you. Um on another note, I'm having a party. And she like looks really excited for a second. um and she's slides this like sort of invitation forward across the table to her and it does have her name very beautifully written out. It's going to be a very special party and you're invited. I'd like you to come. Or would you do me the honor?
Oh my, I would love to. I don't have anything to wear to one of your parties. I'm gonna have to go shopping after soon.
Oh, I would love to go shopping with you. If you need any advice at all, just let me know. um but look, we've had discussions before. Do you mind if I come in the back with you? I'd like to see some of the pieces that you have actually while we discuss this. The ones that are a little bit more pricey for.
You know what? Give me a minute. I walk over to the front door, flip the close sign, and lock it.
Oh, bless. Smart girl.
That,
Um,
I should have done that. I should have done that before, but it's so
nah,
chaotic working on
that's
the
all right.
on things that I forget. I'm so airheaded like that.
Oh,
Press
don't you
forward.
worry about that.
And then I will
Okay,
go and open the door to the back room and hold it open.
cool. Uh, I'll step in, and then once everything is secure and I feel that we are alone, nobody's listening, nobody's watching. My mother's trying to demean my business as usual. I have managed to secure the invites to the party that we talked about. You know, the mixer idea that I had.
Okay.
Um, but I need some advice. Do you know? Do you? Okay, this is going to sound very. Hmm. How I know you have no love for the upper management of this fair city. How uh in the know would I should say are you? Do you have any sources that you know, sort of a club maybe that you're part of that you uh converse about these ideas with other than me? Or
No,
I'm looking for individuals that are like-minded, like us.
I mean, I've heard some talk. I haven't really paid much attention. I've been so busy with the shop and trying to make sure I get the its and their dues every month, and it's been kind of rough. But I do know a bard in this area that may know a thing or two. Um,
A bard, you say?
yeah, I could ask him, or oh, you know what? Also, my good friend Nara might know something
Nara?
because she does fly around and scout things out from time.
Oh,
I might
yes, that
I
might
might
be very
actually
helpful.
know something. I might be able to get some information, but I've just
Would you be able to schedule a meeting with Nara?
oh
Um,
DM, what time is it?
At this point, it's probably the late afternoon, like
All right, so
probably 3ish, 4ish.
3ish. All right.
you're almost into the evening.
Yeah, so, well, actually, I'll be meeting up with Nara later tonight. We always get dinner together. I mean,
Oh,
of course, withstanding complications or other things, but I plan to meet up with her tonight about 6. I might be able to figure something out, and the bard is always at that tavern at this time of night as well. So,
what's this bard's name you say?
um, you know, doesn't like advertising it, but his name is Jorlin. Jorlin Nightshade.
Jordan. Have I heard that name before anywhere? DM by any chance? Probably not. But
Jorlin is a reasonably well-known bard, to the point where, like, if you frequented, like, the bar scene in the upper levels of Maelhaven, you would have probably heard him play at least once.
oh, okay.
It's not, like, nationwide recognition, but, like, he definitely plays the local scene.
Mm,
Him and I kind of have a rivalry.
a rivalry.
Yeah, it's
Are you a
fun.
singer too?
Oh no, dear me, no. Trust me, if I were to sing, it would scare off all of Maelhaven. But
That's
we kind of just make insult each other every now and then. He typically gets the upper hand, being a bard and having a way with words. But I beat him up once. It was quite a fun night.
you beat him up. Oh, I would love to have seen that.
Yeah,
Uh,
it was fun. He deserved it. Little ass.
what did he do to you?
Um, he insulted my mother.
Oh well, that warrants any sort of
Oh,
attack, wouldn't it?
1 second.
Uh,
I am sorry if my audio is quiet. Give me a second, see if I can fix that.
It got better when you sat up or when you got closer to your mic, I think.
oh,
What-
got better.
Is that better? Can everyone hear me now?
Much better.
Okay,
I
Nice.
apologize for that.
cool. No problem, just making sure everyone can hear you.
Right. All right. I would greatly appreciate it if you could find a way to discreetly arrange a meeting between us.
Well,
That
I mean,
would be
why don't you join me for dinner?
oh oh you're serious. Um yes.
It's a
Absolutely.
lovely establishment.
Where are you dining?
And I lost her.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
It's a it's a tavern just down the road here. Run by Mira Lightfoot. She's the baker of the place. Such a lovely woman. You would like her.
All right. I think I will. I will dine with you tonight. Uh
So as you guys are making your dinner plans,
Yes.
and it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, the two of you, but it sounds like you're making a three-way plan here with somebody who may introduce Othala, or that Caleb may introduce Othala to somebody with further connections. We're going to swap back real fast and conclude the current kerfuffle with Taz and Road back down on floor 110 before we wrap up for the night here. So, Taz and Road are in. We swap back to you in the middle of a fight. I don't have Doom music, but we can make do. So, Road, you have just kicked one of the members of the Aegis in the balls. And Taz, you have been body slammed to the pavement, causing a commotion elsewhere. The two of you, yeah, we're gonna roll for initiative real fast. This is going to be very breakneck, so I'm gonna need you guys to like keep up with me real fast.
5.
So, 5, Taz. 11. Okay, so first up is going to be Taz.
Okay. I'm going to. Shit. So I'm on the ground.
Yeah, you were just kind of dropped, like right onto your shoulder blades, like.
Okay. Now that I'm on the ground, like pretty much on all fours, can I crawl through the ankles?
Sure. Yeah, make a Yeah, you know what? If you take your full turn to do that, you can travel essentially wherever you want, crawling, to get through this crowd, like within your move speed.
I'm trying to make it up to the people up there.
Okay, so you're gonna take your turn to crawl up to the base of the gallows.
Yep.
Sounds good. All right. So then next up is the members of the Aegis. So the 4 out of the 5, or 4 out of the 5 of them on the docket are going to be caught up in surprise round, including the one who you just nut kicked. One of these individuals did manage to react in time to do something about your presence here. He's going to draw his short sword. Like at this point, he drops his halberd, draws his short sword, and like lunges forward to take a stab at you, Road. And that is going to be a total 13 to hit.
Nope.
Okay, second attack.
Oh shit, wait, hold on. That will hit. I'm not wearing my armor. I had to take my armor off.
So, 13 lands. You're going to take 3 points of piercing damage. Second attack is a 12 to hit.
That will hit.
And an additional 7 points of piercing damage. So as he lunges forward twice to like stab, everybody else is kind of like, what the fuck? Like nobody's like done this kind of thing before. And the guy who you nut kicked is on the ground, fucking like just holding onto his nuts.
Yeah.
Road, we come to your turn.
The guy who stabbed me, is the sword still in me?
No, he's like withdrawn it. He like stab, like pulled back.
Can I grab for the scruff of his shirt and headbutt him?
Make an attack roll. We'll call this an unarmed attack.
Oh, fuck, God. Dang it. It's gonna be 13 to hit.
On a 13. Excuse me. So you reach forward, grab him by the scruff, and like run forward to headbutt. But he like tucks his chin just in time for you to like catch him on the top of his head. Like his little like leather skull cap seems to insulate the blow for the first one.
Okay. Road is going to pop his echo in the crowd, Pop.
Yep.
It's actually already in the crowd because I just swapped with it, didn't I?
Correct. Yes.
All right, never mind. I'll leave him where he is, and Road's gonna like turn around. He's hopefully still. I don't know if he's still got a grasp of the guy's shirt. But he's like, "Come on, this is not how we do things in Maelhaven. They can't arrest us all. These men deserve a fair trial. If they're going to kill them, I think they deserve a second chance." Coughing up blood.
Jesus.
Cool. So, any bonus actions or movement on your turn?
I'm gonna do my second win just in case.
Action, second wind. Rad. Okay. So that brings us to the top of the round. Taz, you made it to the base of the gallows.
Can I see where they have like where they would pull the lever?
Oh,
like,
sweet,
take out
Max.
the floor?
Yes, you can.
How or can I break off the lever? Can I like work my way up to the lever to break it?
Yeah, your move speed is 25, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you stand up, you can make it over there easily.
I just want to break the lever so they're not able to pull it.
Okay, run up, make an attack roll.
Nat 20.
That 20 hits. Go ahead and roll crit damage as you like bum rush the stage and like. How do you attack it? Like I'm picturing you like rearing back and kicking the wood. Like.
Oh, I'm gonna swing with my axe. So that's 11 points of damage to the lever, and
Yeah.
I'm obviously not going in the direction that it's going to drop the thing. But I'm gonna like take a full like 360 spin with my great axe with both hands around it, and I spin like a top and whack it off. And then as soon as it goes like flying, I go like, "Oh, bummer. Looks like you're gonna have to get them down the other way."
So you do what to the lever? Sorry, I heard you say whack it off.
Yep. As soon as I heard it,
I was, no one else brought it up.
Limbering your great axe from your back, you slam it down, shearing through the wood, sending it spiraling off into the crowd like a drummer's stick as it goes flying off into the mosh pit. It goes the individuals up at the top, like you can almost feel the sigh of relief. The other members of the Aegis begin to react at this point. So the one that stabbed Road is going to flip around and try to hit Taz. Oh wait, did you have any bonus actions? So you did your movement and your attack.
She's pretty pissed at this point, because all she heard was fair trial, like they're not getting a fair trial, and everybody was yelling and they weren't listening. So her little ears are gonna pop out of her hair, and she is going to rage.
Rad. Okay, so Taz rages, and her axe cuts down 2 inches deeper from the force of the rage. Cool. So the guard, 13 to hit.
Fails.
17 to hit.
It's not hits.
You take 5 points of piercing damage. However, you're raging. Take it in half. All right. Third guard crit. Or second guard crit. That is
On me or her?
On Taz. 8 points of piercing damage.
So 4 since I'm raging, or is that 8 total?
8 divided by 2.
Okay, so 4.
4.
Okay.
All right. And then the other ones are going to take swings at, or the other one. That's fine. So one of them is going to like reach up and try to make sure that all of the individuals up top are still like bound. And he's going to use his action doing an investigation check. The fifth one is going to Road. That's a 9 to hit and a 14 to hit.
Second one hits.
That is 4 points of piercing damage. Cool. Then that brings us to Road.
All right. Let's see here. I am going to go for the guy is still clutching his balls on the ground. You said.
Yeah.
Road is going to just take a running, do the Happy Gilmore running leap and kick him into the crowd.
Okay, make an attack roll.
It's going to be 16 to hit.
16 to hit. That lands. Ties his armor.
All right. 1d8 plus 4. That is going to be 9 points of damage.
9 points. Yep. So you like kick him and he rolls down the stairs into the crowd. Do you have any bonus actions or movement that you're doing on your turn?
I'm gonna save that. Can I jump up and like haul myself up onto the gallows above me as a movement?
Do that. Yeah, that'll be your whole movement action if you do that.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Sounds good. All right. So that puts us to the top of the round, and there is a commotion at the edge of the crowd as a number of individuals start shoving their way through. And here's where we're going to cut scene before we call it for the night. A number of individuals cut their way through the crowd, and there is the sounds of fear and calamity, I guess, as the crowd begins to part their way for a cluster of 8 individuals geared up in this like orange and black armor, with something in, or rather, they have like accents of orange and black on their like regular kind of like day clothes, but their armor is like these like elements of like pauldrons and bracers and stuff that shows that there's a little bit of continuity to them. Crossbow bolts and quarrels come firing out from this cadre and hitting 3 out of the 5 knights, dropping them to the ground. Before they reach out and like pull the individuals off of the gallows. Quick, we can get away this way. One of them turns to you, to Roden, to Taz, and says, "Are you coming with us?"
Well, I don't think we have. I'm not gonna stay here and take their place on the gallows here.
Agreed, and I'm gonna like start running.
Okay. So
wait. So which direction did they say we can escape to?
So they are kind of all moving off, and you guys begin to like filter out into the streets as you move off to like the northeast towards the nearest wall of the tower, like the exterior walls of the tower. And what started off as a group of the 8 of them, the 5 of the individuals up on the gallows, and the 2 of you, so a grand total of 15 people, begins filtering out into the streets until it is just the 2 of you and 1 individual wearing the black and orange. They like grab you, pull you into an area behind a church, and say, "Trust me, this is going to be the safest place for you now." And they each and he shoves the 2 of you down into a well behind the building, or behind the church building, and we will come back to that next week.
All right. So we saved the guys who were on the gallows, right?
As far as you know, yeah.
All right.
For now.
Good thing you're tall, because there's no way I'm getting out of there.
Well, how deep is the well?
We'll find out.
Oh god, we just fade out. We fall off into the darkness, and it cuts to black, and then the credits start to roll.
What a ride!
That was great.
Cool. Shoots and ladders.
That is the end of today's session. We will be back, I assume, next week. I don't think anybody's out of town next week.
Yep, I think next Sunday should still be good. Yeah.
We'll be there from the beginning.
And hopefully Kevin won't be sick.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Good game, everybody. Let's say goodbye to our lovely viewers who stuck with us the whole time. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for hanging out for the first campaign of the new session. First session of the new campaign, the Maelhaven Rebellion. We will see you next week, next Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Anyone else have anything else to say?
Big shout out to Lala. I am so sorry. I just fully blanked your name.
Lala.
Lala.
It's Tolalu.
Tolalu. You know who you are. You're great. We appreciate you.
Cholololoxin. Chololoxin. Hello. All right.
No.
All right. Have a good one, guys. I will see. To those of you who are coming for the D&D, see you next week. To those of you who come to the regular streams, see you Tuesday. Later.